It's finally here. New voices, new faces. Welcome to the Pantheon.
It seems that some of the fan base from this influential fan base have decided to attack Moses Ingram online and send her the most horrendous racist DMs. And I heard some of them this morning and it just broke my heart. Moses is a brilliant actor. She's a brilliant woman. And she's absolutely amazing in this series. She brings so much to the series. She brings so much to the franchise. And it just sickened me to my stomach to hear that this had been happening. I just want to say, as the leading actor in the series, as the executive producer on the series, that we stand with Moses. We love Moses. And if you're sending her bullying messages, you're no Star Wars fan in my mind. There's no place for racism in this world. And I totally stand with Moses.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. It's me, Enosh, and yes, we are back, and it's good to have you all with me in the lounge tonight. Look, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know the Poindexter Lounge is the place for nerds. It's the place where you and me and all of us can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those things are things that, well, you're into, if those things are things that get you excited and you love doing it and you love collecting those things and you love doing those things, talking about those things, getting together with people, you have found, my friend, the right place. All right. It doesn't matter if you're boy, girl, man, woman, whatever you choose to be, whatever you are, whoever you are welcome here in the Poindexter Lounge. And so it is great to have you all with me tonight. But yeah, if you've just found us, please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and join this growing group of nerds because we do some fun stuff around here and we are glad to have you with us. Now, the reason for my silence there at the beginning is we're going to get into some things tonight that deal with things that we love, but unfortunately, every once in a while we got to cover some stuff that, deals with certain topics, right? Deals with certain topics that have to be talked about. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to talk about stuff we love, though, too. We're going to mix it, all right? We're going to mix it in. But because I'll tell you what, this last week has been a crazy week for nerddom. I mean, you had Stranger Things. You had Star Wars with Kenobi. You had, like, if you're a Top Gun fan, my gosh, man, like, you had Top Gun. We had... We've had other movies and TV shows drop, and we got The Boys coming out this week. Just a lot of stuff. And then today, news came that Toby Emmerich, yes, ding dong, the witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Toby Emmerich has stepped down. We're going to talk about that tonight, what that means, and who called that? Who called it? Because it's very important, folks. It's very, very, very important. Who called it? Who got it right, right? Who was the first one to say it was going to happen? We'll settle that here tonight in the lounge. Yes. Mano y mano. We'll battle it out here between the people. No, it doesn't matter. Anyways. But hey, it's great to have you with me in the lounge. Look, if this is your first time, please hit that subscribe button and enjoy what we're doing. And hey, it's good to have you. Also, as always, we want to say a special thank you to those who've been around for a while. Like, there's some of you guys, man, you've been around for a long time. Some of you guys have been members of the channel now for like 14, 15 months, which is crazy to me. But hey, thank you. Thank you. I mean, it's crazy. It's not crazy that you guys are members of the channel or part of the Patreon. Thank you to the patrons. That's not crazy. But you know what's crazy to me is that we've had this available to us for that long. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. Why don't you join tonight? If you're not a member, join tonight. Become a member tonight. And do the thing, right? Be part of the thing. Also, thank you to everyone who gives super chats during the show. You keep the lights here on, literally, here at the channel. Also, we do have some different forms of things available for you if you just want to donate to the channel. We're very grateful. Mr. H. Bart's there. Will soon be joined by some others, and of course in the Hall of Fame. And then of course check out our merch page. All right, we got a bunch of cool stuff there. We got t-shirts, hoodies, and cups and spoons, and I don't know what else is there. There's a bunch of stuff there. I mean, you can get, I tried like doing ladies stretch pants, but like the ladies stretch pants always come up kind of weird. I don't know why. They just do. Like I never know where to put the logo. Right? I never know where quite to put the logo. In fact, you know what? I'm going to bring in an expert right off the bat for this. But first of all, let me just say, if you join, don't forget you are in the running then for one of our giveaways, and we're going to give this away. I know I haven't streamed very much, so you guys haven't had an opportunity to get in on this like normal. And so I apologize to everyone for that. I'm not trying to drag this out. This is one of our biggest giveaways, though, if you think about dollar value. I mean, like, it's $100 value. It is $100 value. And actually, on the aftermarket, some of these are worth, these couple things are worth more than that. So we're going to give away both Megatron and Optimus Prime. So if you're a Transformers fan, this would be a cool thing for you. And it looks all really cool. And all you got to do is be a patron or a member of the channel or give a super chat. That's it. And you're automatically in the running. We got your name, we put it in, and we pick a winner. And it's that simple. And literally you can join the membership for $2 a month. It's not even a long-term thing. Like you can join the membership today, and maybe next month you don't have $2. So guess what? You bow out, I mean, we don't want you to, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's nothing crazy, but hey, yeah, look at that. Look at Megatron right there. And, Optimus ready to tell you to transform and roll out. And, it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. So, whoops. One of my favorite giveaways, and I got this because look, I have these, and so because I have these, I wanted somebody else to have them as well. I should put Megatron back up there. Megatron looked better up there. What do you think? Megatron looked better? I think Megatron looked better. So I'm going to put Megatron back up there. Oh, yeah. Megatron looks so much better up there. All right. But yes, it is, it's good to have you guys here tonight. All right. So I got to ask the question of, what question was I going to ask again? What was I going to ask? Hold on a second. I'm just going to bring her in. Stella, what was I going to ask? Do you know where I was going with that?
Not quite sure.
I was talking about ladies and,
stretch pants?
Stretch pants. Yes. Like, so where do I put the logo on the stretch pants?
To be ultra safe, straight down the side of the leg.
See, that's what I tried to do, and it looked weird. I don't know why.
It's either that or in a tiny spot.
Like up on the hip?
On the hip, yeah.
Yeah.
Ask right. Tiffany. She'll know.
Yeah. I don't know. I've tried a few different ones. We'll see. Also tonight we got Brian, Master of None. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's up? I was gonna say what happens is when you put it on the side of the leg. I would say like the front of the thigh, like on the front, because the side it cut the seam cuts it in half.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it'll be like half the logo will be one way and half the logo will be the other. So you have to put it you like the front of the thigh, like boom, or like on the side of the hip. You know, or you can get some ones that say juicy Poindexter Lounge. Yeah.
True.
the juicy lounge. The juicy lounge. Oh my gosh.
Bringing sexy back.
Bringing sexy back to the lounge, man. Bringing sexy back to the lounge. Bringing it back. Speaking of bringing sexy back, we had to bring it back because this guy took it all away with him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thade, what's going on, bro?
What's up, guys? Fresh in off of a karaoke stream I was just on.
I almost brought my guitar in. Because I was gonna do a sassy little ditty to bring us in. But I
sang mostly Green Day songs tonight, and then I ended out with a Blake Shelton song. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you guys believe it's June?
No.
What the heck did this year go? Like
I don't know.
It's
they say time goes by quickly when you're having fun. I don't
guess.
remember quite the fun, but
well,
here we are.
By the way, can we talk about Stella's avatar here?
Oh,
that's cool.
You.
That is pretty darn cool, Stella.
Thank you very much.
What is
it's
that?
A little Spartan. It's half Spartan and half Superman.
Yes.
Something that I found a while back. Because I'm a Henry Cavill shill.
Oh, well, you horrible person, you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I'm a Snyder cultist. So I'm telling myself, here I am, come get me.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, hey, guys, it's the beginning of the show, and you know what that means. Top of the show, it's time for your Betty White-ism of the night. Are you ready?
Yes.
Brian, are you ready to have a Betty White-ism?
Yes, I am.
We must have a Whiteism.
A Whiteism? Oh, I'll have what she's having. I'll have the Whiteism, please. Please. Yes,
Witty Whiteisms.
Bring me Betty. Bring me Betty.
It's the Witty Whiteisms corner. Yeah.
Well, I will say, dang. Okay, so I will say this. This is very fitting given what we're talking about tonight. Pretty much everyone that we're talking about tonight. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
You can lie to others. Not that I would, but you cannot lie to yourself.
But how many people actually understand that statement?
You can lie to others. Not that I would, but you cannot lie to yourself. There you go. Betty White.
Nope.
I think we read this one last time, but I don't know. It says, it's your outlook on life that counts. If you take yourself lightly and don't take yourself too seriously, pretty soon you can find the humor in our everyday lives. And sometimes it can be a lifesaver.
Yes, it can.
And just question is, what flavor? Lifesaver. That's what she's talking about, right? Okay. All right. Anyways, I don't think I'm impressing Brian at all. Brian's just like, whatever, Enosh. Get on with it. All right. Speaking of the show, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anthony Beltre is here. What's going on, Mr. Anthony?
What's up? Everybody?
Can I just ask, what do you guys think of this thumbnail? Huh?
It's good. Amazing.
It's a good thumbnail. That's a strong thumbnail, man. You got Leia up here, man.
There's a lot going on. Definitely a lot going on.
Yeah,
what's a lot going on? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got to get to this. You sent a free super chat. Okay, so you're gonna do that to me right off the bat. All right, hold on a second here. I need to make sure. Hold on a second. I gotta go to my channel, and I gotta pull it up because
Streaming need to update that. I don't get that.
I know, man. I don't understand it either. It just
you add music, but you cannot add that.
Right? They're like, yeah, we got this canned music here for you. That'd be really great, but we're not gonna We're not going to share this. Okay. All right. So here it is.
It's a whole
It looks
can of
like
music.
It looks like H Barts has a new avatar. He is now Yoda.
Nice.
Which Yoda? The old version from the sequel? I mean, from the.
It's very much a like a almost a snarky Yoda.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just kind of
I
side eyeing
sense the
us.
snark within him. I sense the snark within him.
Yeah, he's kind of side eyeing us, man.
He's
I
gonna
tell you
show
what.
up in the Obi-Wan.
All right, but yes, with the 14-month member chat, man, H Barts has been with us. H Barts, I love you, bro. I really do. Says CM Pepsi. Oh, that's great. That's great.
It's a joke
Pepsi.
about CM Punk.
Yeah, it's a CM Punk joke. So there you go.
Yeah.
So thank you, H Barts. I do want to say hi to everybody in the chat. Real quick, we'll say hi to a couple people and then we'll get started here. What's up, Dork Knight? Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, is this stream tonight or tomorrow? Okay, look, I apologize. Listen, I set a stream, Brian. Like
2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah. When Ray Liotta passed away last week.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so first of all, rest in peace, Ray Liotta. My gosh.
Moment of silence.
He's an actor.
Yeah, let's just have a moment of silence for Ray if we could. Okay.
Yep.
It'd be fitting if Tony dropped in right now.
Right.
That was the first thing. That was the first thing I thought of, man. We're gonna have Tony on soon, and somebody's gonna go like, "What?"
He probably jumped in.
Same age as my dad, dude.
Man. So, yeah. So I apologize, guys. I literally set a stream last week, and every night, I would try to stream, and I kept pushing it, and then I was like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna do it like tomorrow afternoon, and then. And then, like, it just didn't happen. And so then, of course, when we were going to do those topics, we were going to talk about the Winnie the Pooh horror movie. We may like splice those in somewhere, you know, if not tonight, in the next, you know, couple days. But there's a couple of stories, and I was just like trying to splice those things in, but I just could not get it in. And so I was going to do it tonight. We were going to just do that stream tonight. And then all this stuff dropped. Toby Emmerich is gone. You know, who?
Who?
I love it. I love it.
Who?
Cylon says, if you build it, they will come. What's up, Donovan? How you doing? Says, can't wait for volume 2 of
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Oh my gosh, Stranger Things. We got to have a whole.
Doesn't that drop
Stranger
tonight?
Things?
Doesn't that drop this morning on the first, the second half of Stranger Things?
No, it's July.
What? Oh, it's July 1st. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, July 1st. Yeah. Have you finished the first half?
I actually, I've been working on a lot of other things right now, but okay. I plan on doing it in the next day or so.
Well, I'll tell you what, I gotta get with some people who have finished it. Brian, have you finished Stranger Things?
He doesn't watch that.
Oh,
no.
Have you watched Stranger Things?
No.
You haven't watched Stranger Things,
okay.
dude?
I'm gonna explain myself, and I'm gonna be really clear on this one. Okay. I never had Netflix during the time that Stranger Things was jumping off.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I hate coming in on shows when there's already 4 seasons, and I'm gonna sit there and binge the first 3 seasons and not have anybody to explain it, talk to about it with, or it'll be old news to everybody else. It's just so awkward. So I'd rather just pass.
Brian, I'll watch it with you, bro.
No, it's not that. It's just I have so much other shit to watch.
Right now. I know, but Brian, I knowing you, okay. You would really enjoy Stranger Things, like on a different level. Like Stranger Things is one of these things that like the people who get it, because I'm right with you, Brian. We didn't have Netflix either when Stranger Things hit that first season, right? Yeah. And so we didn't have Netflix, Blu-ray? Like because I got the last time I had Netflix was when you had to send in DVDs, right? And so I didn't have Netflix, and so. Everybody was telling me, Enosh, if you love 80s, if you love, that dynamic, if you love those things and you love a little bit of horror, a little bit of sci-fi, all those things, you're going to love this. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And I didn't get it either. I was just like, yeah, okay, I'll give it a shot. Then it came out on DVD and Tiffany and I rented it from a video store. Remember those?
And
yeah,
that's throwback.
So we literally rented it from a video store, and we binged all 8 episodes in one day. Right? We just binged it all, and so we finished season 1, and that's the beauty of it. Is like yeah, it seems daunting, but a season is only 8 episodes, Brian. Right? And so I mean, it's not like you got a 22 episode show to get into. I mean, you got you got just 8 episodes.
When do you plan on doing the Stranger Things stream?
You know what? I think we should give it probably a week or 2 after the thing is dropped, right? Because it dropped last week, and so maybe
because I can have it done by the weekend.
Drop on Friday.
Yeah. But the thing, Brian, is so we did that, and it was so good, and it just happened to be that was the next day is when Stranger Things season 2 dropped, right? And so we literally. Isaac was on his friend's Netflix. They went in on Netflix for a while, and so we're like, Isaac, we got a reason to watch Netflix now. Can we use your Netflix? And so Isaac's like, yeah. So we ended up binging seasons 1 and 2, man, in a day and a half, or in 2.5 days, right? And it's an easy watch, but Brian is so good, and I love that this season, because there's a whole Dungeons and Dragons theme that runs through it, Brian. Yeah. And it's just so much fun.
That's crazy.
It's just so much fun, and
I hear they're going to do the Satanic Panic thing.
They did. They did. They went full. That's why Chris and I were loving it, because they went full on Satanic Panic this season.
Yeah, I remember those times, man.
Where they got these Christian groups all pissed off about Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, and it just took me back to that time, man. And it was so great. And
I lived through that time. It was horrible.
And Brian,
I was a D&D kid.
Yeah, and Brian, if you like good writing, that's the one cool thing about Stranger Things is the writing is really good, right? So it's a great story that really just kind of brings you in. So.
Although the kids look like they 20 plus years old,
they don't look 20. They look like they're teens. What's up? Oh, that's Anthony.
That's
we already got him in here. What's up, Hal Jordan? Good to see you, my friend. Anchorman is in here. Should I draw Mara Jade? Sure. Do it. What's up, Laser Luke? Laser Luke from TikTok, my TikTok buddy. What's up, Ultimate Hulk? Fortnite default dance music mixed with a little bit of Jurassic Park theme. What's up, Mary? Good to see you, Mary. What's up, Jared? Jared's here. Antonio's here. Good to see you. Who else is here real quick? Jay Sinise is here. Ryan is here. Frank E is in the house. What's up, Frankie? You Do Suck is here. Always good to see you Do Suck. A couple more real quick, and then we'll jump right in. I think I got Ryan. What's up, Protoss? Says Ewan cannot deny who is and who isn't a Star Wars fan, though, in my opinion. Well, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that in just a second here. The main man. What's up, main man? I like that name, man, and I love the avatar. Love Lobo. Why we still don't have any trailers for upcoming DC films? That's a good question, main man. That's a really, really good question. That's Thade. Okay, so sorry if I don't get to everybody. I try to get to everybody if I see. Hey, what's up, Sideways? Good to see you, Sideways. Hey, Blake Taylor is in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Those steaks and sausages were so good, Brian. For Monday.
Oh man, I'm so jealous.
My gosh, it was so good. What's up, Tony? What's up, Spherical Man? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Patrick? Patrick's in there. It says, I go to bed. My mom. Wait, hold on. I go to bed. Mom wedding Jerry Ryan actor with her wedding.
That was supposed to be a joke or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Drunk messaging.
I guess so. I don't know what that was. Keely Chow, what's going on, my friend? Keely Chow in the house. H Bart's again there. We love H Bart's. And we love all of you guys. Hey, what's that? Rail got the juice. What's up, Rail got the juice? And Cherie's here, so the party can get started. What's up, Darth Scipio? Good to see you, my friend. Yes, H Bart says, "My God, was Stranger Things 4 so good?" Yeah, I can't wait to talk about it and to actually jump into spoilers for it, because oh my gosh, so good, and so many things that I called. For the season, it was amazing. And hey, Angie, good to see you. All right, so guys, we've Brian, we've been through this a lot, right? You were even part of the Fandom Menace, man, right? You're part of the Fandom Menace for a while, and kind of followed.
I was too.
And look, I always say, look, you don't have to like stuff, right? People don't have to like stuff. It's fine. But Obi-Wan Kenobi came out last week, and I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. That was just some of the best stuff that we've seen in so long.
The third episode is amazing. The third episode was so brutal.
I just finished the third episode, man. And I was
brutal.
Just okay, so I've been on the fence, right? About the Darth Vader Obi-Wan meeting up thing, and I'll be honest with you, I'm still processing. Episode 3, to be honest with you. I'm still trying to figure out like
how you torture him.
Yeah, it's just what I think, right? Of how they did that. But here's my thing. You don't have to like stuff. You don't have to like the sequels. I get it. If you don't like the sequels, that's fine, right? You don't have to like the prequels. Okay? You don't have to like the originals. I've seen people who literally have said that they don't like the originals for some reason. I don't know. Crazy. I don't understand that thinking, but okay. You don't have to like stuff. But Star Wars is in a really healthy place, I believe, right now. There's a lot of great things for Star Wars fans. Star Wars Celebration was just this last weekend, man. So many cool things came out of that. TV shows and,
the Book of Boba. The Mandalorian.
Yeah, The Mandalorian, the stuff that's coming out, the Ahsoka trailer that came out,
Return of the Jedi.
Oh my God, the Ahsoka trailer alone, man, we got confirmed. We knew Sabine Wren was going to be in there. Now we got, Hera is going to be in there. Yeah. Pretty much we just all but confirmed
it's
that
a sequel to
Ezra's going to be there. So
it's
live action Rebels, fantastic. Like you said, The Mandalorian's continuing. We know these things. There was also confirmation that when they do some more movies, they're going to be set in the sequel trilogy era and beyond.
Oh my God, I thought that was a race.
Bam, Beltray.
I'm fine.
Point Enosh. Yeah, they're not erasing squat, right? It's going forward. Not. It is what it is. But so many positive things, and then Kenobi comes out, man, and people all of a sudden they're just not happy. They can never be happy. What would you say, Thade? Did Thade say something? I thought okay.
Okay.
I don't know. But here's the thing. Literally upset because upset.
Can you guys not hear me?
We couldn't hear you for a second. No,
you cut out for like 2 minutes.
But people literally upset because Obi-Wan is a hermit. And that he's not using the Force, and I saw things. Oh, in the first, in fact, I can actually pull it up. But people were literally complaining because 2 episodes in, and Obi-Wan has only used the Force once, right? And he hasn't used his lightsaber yet. 2 episodes in, what's going on? Yeah, you hear, and I'm just like, really? That's what we're going with. That you're pissed off because Obi-Wan has not yet used his lightsaber in the first 2 episodes.
It's been 10 years.
I swear to God, do you people just you have nothing better? You just don't like story at all. You don't want a story. You don't want something that actually tells you a compelling story that has a beginning, middle, and end. You literally just want to jump in when Obi-Wan was on Tatooine, he was fighting and slicing down everybody with a lightsaber. And you know what I mean? It's so dumb. And then, spoilers if you haven't seen it yet, but I'm sorry, we're going to talk about it. you got Leia. What
She's
an
amazing.
adorable young lady that little girl is. And Brian, doesn't she just embody what Leia looks like?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you couldn't get any closer to little Leia. No, see, here's the thing, guys. I choose to be positive and not even like, and it really upsets me that this keeps getting thrown in my face. All I'm trying to do is enjoy a gosh darn show.
Yes.
Okay. All I'm trying to do is enjoy a show with my friends, and all I got to hear is this nonsense that just detracts from it. And all it is just like takes it back another few dozen steps. Since I stopped watching Fandom Menace videos, and it's been almost 3 years, and quit criticizing them on a weekly basis, because I did do that for a while. Okay. I felt so much better. Like, honestly, it's just so much better to the world. The best way, and this is my opinion on how to deal with them, ignore them into oblivion and focus on our own, what we can bring positive to our own community. Because there's no way that, like, see, the way communities are these days is people are so dug in on their points that in order to change people's minds on certain things, either has to be rather extreme or so subtly, slowly that it's incremental. You know, a lot of the times you just have to rely on people to get there themselves. You know, they'll come to a moment, they'll have that come to Jesus moment where it's like, oh, wow, this is what they're actually saying. Like, yeah, maybe I should, probably not do that anymore. I mean, that's kind of what happened with me.
Yeah, one of the things that I found very interesting about this, because, like I said, you had little Leia, and they're grown men complaining about a little girl. They talked about her looks. They didn't like her teeth. Like, they didn't like her teeth. I'm sorry, but 10-year-old little girls and boys, they have what's called baby teeth. And when your adult teeth come in, they're a little big for your mouth. Okay, and you get these gaps.
They don't have kids.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these,
they don't have kids. They've never had sex.
Tell me you've never used your penis.
Never use it. Yep.
Without telling me you've never used your penis in a sexual way, at least with another human being. Okay, yep. I mean, like, and then saying, like, I can't believe that he couldn't catch a 10-year-old. Yeah, try to catch a headstrong 10-year-old.
Yep.
And it's Princess Leia. Like that's where it comes from, right? And so, but one of the things, though, Brian, that I'm really, really happy about this time, because I feel like it's different. In the past, when these negative things have come up, there's like all these people who like swarm to that, right? And they're like, yeah, it's horrible. And I've been saying, like, have we learned nothing from, I don't know, Jake Lloyd? Right?
Nope.
Remember Jake Lloyd? Little Anakin Skywalker, right? Was criticized brutally for his portrayal of Anakin Skywalker. Ahmed Best. Dude, two people right there who were driven to the point of trying to take their own lives because of the criticism and the craziness that fans, so-called fans,
okay, I don't want to interrupt you, but can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
And then people like Kelly Marie Tran, right, who was like also received death threats, received these horrible things towards her, and people have just tried to back off of it for a long time and go, oh well, no, that's not us, that's not his. Yes, it is. Y'all out here, you're perpetuating this kind of culture, and we need to learn from this. We got a 10-year-old little girl here, and I swear to God, if you screw that up, if that little girl's the next Jake Lloyd, I'm going to be pissed off. Because 10-year-old little girls don't know how to process your fandom menace. I have a right not to like a movie or a TV show garbage. You know?
Yeah.
Like, they don't...
to Disney.
Yeah.
Don't complain to us, your fellow fans.
It's not fair. It is not fair to treat a little kid that way. And then, now... Moses, who plays is it Reva or Reva? Reva. The Inquisitor, All of a sudden,
Racist.
we have a woman, and she's black and headstrong. So, well, you know what that is? That's, of course, it's just woke. It's just woke. And now people are claiming, well, it's her story, right? It's not even Obi-Wan's story anymore. It's her story. And we've got a bait and switch. Brian, it's like He-Man Revelation, Master of the Universe Revelation all over again, man. We're getting the female story, not the men's story, and we wanted the man story.
Well, has anybody heard the expression?
He froze.
He froze.
Brian froze out.
Yeah,
We're waiting for that expression.
Has anybody heard the
there it is.
expression preaching to the choir?
He froze again.
Yes, man.
Preaching to the choir.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they're doing right now, guys.
Yeah, but Brian, what's cool is there's a corner that's being turned though right now.
Yeah.
With fans, because fans are getting to be like you, Brian, getting to be like me, where it's like, okay, we have had enough of this. We're done with this. We're not going to be angry about it. Stay angry, my friend. No, why stay angry? There's no point in staying angry. Do something positive. If you don't like a show, don't watch it. If you don't like a movie, don't watch it. But like when people are going, well, it's all about Reva now. It's all about Reva. It's all about Leia. It's not about Obi-Wan. Well, you know what? I found this.
Yeah, there have been people who have cut like times out, like how long they were in.
Yeah, so this says, seems like some people have issues with Obi-Wan's screen time so far. I did a rough pass on main character screen time for both episodes. Spoilers redacted, but I mean, we're just going to talk. Obi-Wan, in the first two episodes, apparently, 47 minutes and 15 seconds. Obi-Wan is in there.
That's a lot.
Yep, that's a lot for one character. But 47 minutes
That's
and 15
most
seconds.
of both episodes.
Yes.
Yep.
Young Leia is 23 minutes and 25 seconds, which makes sense because she's like the secondary character. She is the sidekick character in this movie or in this series. The Inquisitors as a group only have 11 minutes and 5 seconds. And then
nothing.
Yeah, no, nothing at all. And then what is that? That's
The Grand Inquisitor?
No, what is B?
The fuck is B?
Who is that?
B.
That's who is that?
I have no clue. Somebody that
Bail Organa.
did it.
Oh, Bail Organa.
Bail Organa.
Yep, there it is. Okay, yeah, thank you, Thade. Yeah, so Bail Organa, 7 minutes and 10 seconds.
Can you
And
guys
then
not hear me again?
We just heard you just now. We just heard you now. Yeah. You I don't know, man. I don't know how many times you said it, but we heard you.
I think you delayed probably. Yeah.
Yeah, you might be delayed. Yeah. Bail Organa, 7 minutes and 10 seconds, and then Reva, 5 minutes and 5 seconds. 5 minutes, and y'all are that pissed off.
Yeah, no,
God forbid you have to look at a headstrong black woman who's a villain that you're not supposed to like anyways for 5 minutes.
She only 8 minutes in this episode. Or 7, 6, whatever.
Clicks are down, guys.
Like, come on, man.
It's early. We're getting ready to go to the summer. Ad revenue's down. It's a perfect opportunity to get people pissed off again. Yeah. I'm sorry. Just this perpetuates this stuff. Like it just keeps it going, and it's like.
Well, here's the thing. No, Brian, I understand. I understand what you're saying. You've been talking about this. I have not talked about this yet. Okay.
Oh no, that's fine.
I have not talked about this yet, and so this. I'm sorry, but I am with a lot of people right now who are saying no. No. We are not going to go there. We are not going to have another bitch fest, okay, for the next 3-4 years where you try to ruin everything for everybody, where everything is. And listen, the usual suspects are the ones who are complaining. Ryan Kinnell, Okay? The usual suspects are the ones who are out here doing this stuff. And it's
Jeremy.
time. Yeah, it's time for this to stop. Stop trying to act like there's identity politics under every rock, that there's wokeness behind every door, that there's it's the big bad boogeyman that doesn't exist. It's not really there. So I'm dedicated to, look, we haven't had a good old fashioned 2 cents on nonsense in a while. But the thing is I'm so done with this. And I'm saying it's got to stop. This if we played the Ewan McGregor clip at the beginning of the show. I'm so glad that they're standing with
Moses Ingram.
With Moses, because I think that it's important. I think that it's something. And so if you missed the intro to the show, I actually will play that again because I feel like it's important. I feel like it's important for us to realize, like, listen, I literally saw Brian people tweeting out this weekend, I'm disappointed in Ewan McGregor. I'm disappointed in all these people because I trusted him, and he's an executive producer on the show, and now it's all woke and it's all this. And I'm sorry if you're watching this and you just can't enjoy Star Wars. We're going to talk about a little bit about the episode tonight and stuff, but man, yeah, here you go. Just I feel for Ewan because I think they're trying to put together a really great show. And if you don't like it, just don't watch.
And people trying to bash and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And this
Before
is
it
an
even came out.
extenuating circumstance. Because for Ewan to do this is on the fly with Disney's approval.
Yeah.
So it's like these guys just need to grow up and shut up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Grow up. You sound like you're a 2-year-old toddler throwing a fit in a high chair. It's not pretty. It means you're mentally and emotionally not an adult. I don't care how damn old you are, what number you have reached. You're acting like a 2-year-old throwing a temper tantrum. Learn to like what you see. If you don't, you complain to the appropriate people, meaning Disney in this case, and go on your merry way. Leave us alone. We are enjoying it for the sake of enjoying it. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, I've been told that I can't enjoy this. Like, I find it really amazing. People are like, well, Ewan can't tell people who's a Star Wars fan or not. And like, people are trying to tell me that I'm not a Star Wars fan because I like a Star Wars thing. How is that possible?
Exactly.
Where is that at? But yeah, so if you haven't seen it, here it is.
It seems that some of the fan base from this influential
Okay, guys, can you hear me now?
Decided to attack Moses Ingram online and send her the most horrendous racist DMs. And I heard some of them this morning and it just broke my heart. Moses is a brilliant actor. She's a brilliant woman. And she's absolutely amazing in this series. She brings so much to the series. She brings so much to the franchise. And it just sickened me to my stomach to hear that this had been happening. I just want to say, as the leading actor in the series, as the executive producer on the series, that we stand with Moses. We love Moses. And if you're sending her bullying messages, you're no Star Wars fan in my mind. There's no place for racism in this world. And I totally stand with Moses.
Now, you notice here, he said, you're no Star Wars fan in my mind. He didn't say, like, obviously, nobody, just saying, well, you're not a Star Wars fan, that doesn't mean anything for anybody. Okay, that doesn't mean anything for anybody. But listen, and I'm going to bring up this comment right here, right? And then we're going to go on. We're going to talk about the positive things because I'm not gonna. This isn't just to be negative, but I wanted to address this before we got into started talking about the positive, because this kind of stuff has got to end. We got to stop harassing actors who are literally just doing their job, right? And acting like they've got, like, the actors have some kind of agenda, right? Like there's some kind of agenda, like, oh my God, they're gonna turn your kids gay, or they're gonna, what? This is dumb. And no, Creston, no, it is not manufactured racism like Jussie Smollett. This is happening.
Okay.
This is happening. We've seen it in real time on Twitter and on social media, and God only knows what she's getting privately. Okay? This is the kind of thing that has driven other actors off of social media platforms because they don't want to deal with it, nor should they have to deal with it. They shouldn't have to deal with that nonsense. They're doing their job. You know, Brian goes to work. Brian doesn't want people sitting there at his work and like harassing him and calling him all kinds of names and telling me he's got some kind of agenda because he's making a sandwich.
That's why I like work.
You know, that sandwich is woke, Brian.
It's so simple, bro. Would you guys like onions on that?
Right?
Yes or no? Simple question.
The question is what kind of sandwich?
3D chess about will they, won't they make a movie or not? And I'm just like, oh, good God.
And
then I try to explain this to people in the real world, and they're just like, "What are you talking about?"
Right. Well, and all those.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you, bud. We can hear you, bud.
Okay.
Is there a delay? Well, so I just want to say this one thing. And here's the thing: if you come in and you try to say, "Oh, Star Wars attacked the fans today,"
if you felt attacked, then you're probably the problem.
Thank you, Brian.
Projection.
If you felt attacked, you are the problem. Ewan McGregor was not attacking Star Wars fans.
I didn't feel attacked by him because I didn't say anything racist.
Not at all.
I don't feel the need to get into some actress's DMs and tell her how much I disagreed with her performance. I you know what I do? I turn the computer off and I go to bed, and then I get up and I go to work in the morning, because that's what life's all about. Not petty fandom arguments over just how you perceive certain things and whatever agenda you wish to drive to. Because yes, believe it or not, when you're pushing that kind of agenda, it's still an agenda. It's just a different side of the coin. It's all the same coin, you know.
Yeah.
And no doubt, Scipio. Nobody's telling you can't complain about a movie. No, you have every right to complain about it. Go start a YouTube channel. I don't care if you complain about a movie on your YouTube channel. You can complain about everything. You can complain about me. There are people who complain about me every day. There's people who got whole Twitter accounts that are dedicated to Enosh Fee, so they could complain when I take my dog to the vet, and apparently I don't have it strapped in by, its neck, to make sure if I get in a car accident. But you know what? Here's the thing. There's a difference between complaining about a movie and harassing people who are in the movie, or talking badly and saying horrible things about anybody, a white person, black person, doesn't matter, or a little girl. Yeah, that's the thing that bugs me the most. I have kids, okay? And I'm sorry, but nothing brings out like the Papa Bear in me more than you start messing with little kids.
Hey, Enosh, before we go too much farther,
yes.
can I say something about this too?
Go ahead. Dave. Sorry.
Okay, so the last couple of days, I tried to talk sense to somebody, and like Brian told me the other night, probably playing the stupid game, especially on Twitter. But I just simply said it's okay to criticize, but it's not okay to be harassing or destructive or whatever towards people, or racist, what have you. And, I even said, I'm not rather fond at all of Moses Ingram's acting. Okay. But she's trying, she's doing okay with what she's got, and I was talking to one person, and it actually wasn't even about Moses Ingram at first. It was they were talking about Billy Lord was seeming drunk on the panel at Celebration. And then the person had to bring up that Carrie Fisher had problems with that too. And they were being very insulting towards Carrie Fisher and towards her daughter, Billy Lord. Mm-hmm. And I simply said, hey, it's understandable, if you're concerned about her, whether she's got the same issues her mother does or not. But to sit there and insult somebody's heredity simply because, things happen. I haven't seen him have a problem, but that's okay. Anyway, but I brought that up, and then these people dogpiled me. I went to bed that night thinking I was only talking to one person. And the next morning, I woke up to 147 messages
welcome to Twitter.
Various people, and I was like, "The hell, man!" And they were all telling me that I was Disney shill, and some of them said very nasty sexual things to me. And it got bad, man. I mean, it's not that it upset me or anything, but it was like, is this what we fall to, insulting each other when you don't like my point?
Yep,
I mean,
pretty much.
And especially when I was being the logical one.
Listen, I have my own criticisms of Kenobi. Okay, it's all right to have criticisms. Like, I thought episode 3, as great as it was, you could tell that it was very enclosed on a set. Like,
yeah,
but, and, I mean, you could tell it was a TV show. There were parts of it that didn't. There were parts of it that seemed, cinematic, and then there were parts of it that seemed more like a television show. Right?
I read somewhere that they're doing $35 million an episode on this. Mm-hmm. They're not going to put a movie budget into episodes of a TV show, no matter how much you want them to. You're not going to get a $75 million to $100 million production. Okay, you've got to allow some production value drop. Okay, I'm not even upset about that. Yeah, it did look a little. The set, it did look like a set. It really did.
Yeah,
but
there's nothing wrong with criticizing that. I am not telling people not to criticize things. I'm just saying, don't be a jerk to the actors and the people who are just doing their job. Like you said, you know what? I agree. Moses, sometimes her acting seems a little wooden, right? I had similar criticisms of Hayden Christensen. I'm like, ooh, what is this? Says if Brian says, if you are looking for top tier acting in Star Wars, you are barking up the wrongest of trees.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is the problem. Is like, so when we were kids, when I was a kid and I went to go see Star Wars, right? I as a kid, I was not criticizing people's acting, right? I wasn't acting like I'm a movie critic. These days, everybody's a freaking movie critic, right? No. Everybody's like, the writing is bad, but they've never written a page in their life.
Oh, dude, I said that, and I got railed for that, dude. I was like, well, if you think you can do better, then do it. Put yourself to purpose.
I don't have to do it to be able to recognize good writing or bad writing.
Well, no. I had somebody say, well, I don't have to be a Michelin star chef to know when my steak sucks. And I was like, dude, that's not the point.
No, it's not. It's not. But the thing is, too, is like I said, when I was a kid, when we were kids watching the original trilogy, okay, we just watched it and we thought it was cool when Darth Vader showed up, right? But like nowadays, we see Darth Vader, which I got to talk about this, but oh my God, episode 3, Darth Vader.
That's pretty cool.
Give me a
break. Enoch, when we get to talking about that, I've got some stuff to say about that occurred to me earlier about Vader. So,
Gary Lee Fowler here. Thank you so much, buddy, for the £5 super chat. You're awesome. Appreciate you didn't leave a comment, but I appreciate the super chat. And thank you to everybody who gives super chats. You guys are freaking awesome. You guys are freaking awesome, and I'll shout you out. So do it. Do the thing. Do the thing.
That leak of Vader versus Obi-Wan was the one they even showed.
Well, so I got it queued up right now, Anthony, because I was going to say, I kept saying to myself, this leak was real.
All right, here we go. All right, guys, here we go. Ready? And 3, 2, 1, go!
Heck yeah. Now, here's a question for you.
So glad I didn't watch that.
I wonder who leaked that. I wonder who leaked that shit.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so smart.
Look, listen, Fourth 1000, there are people who criticize certain aspects. Yes, you can criticize certain things, but listen, these people, and I'm only saying this because these I see this. I see it. People are criticizing writing or certain aspects of movie making, and they have no concept of how that actually goes. They talk about movies. They talk about Kathleen Kennedy like she's a creative and she's out there writing scripts.
Well, should I not be on panels anymore?
Yeah, they're morons.
For a living.
Yeah, please, please keep talking and tell me how much you don't know about the entertainment industry, life, reality.
Right.
Right. Just keep on going. Just keep hanging yourself and digging your grave. Please go on.
Well, I'll see you guys later. I'm a trained automotive technician. I work on cars,
And see,
I make sandwiches for a living.
Right. But see, Brian,
I talk about this stuff because I somewhat enjoy it.
Hey, Max.
Most of my takes are surface deep. I'm not going to sit there and get into lighting and writing and all that other BS. It's I liked it. No, I didn't. Here's why I didn't. You know what I mean? What irritates me about when we do this, and I am talking about panels that I am on constantly every gosh darn night on here. Okay, not on this channel, just in general. Max? When people get all poetic about a movie that just came out, like it's like Citizen Kane, and it's like, dude, it's Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness too. It's really, really not that deep of a movie, guys.
Yeah,
really not that deep.
What's funny is Brian, you just nailed it. Like nobody's saying
ASC certified tech told you that.
Right. You don't have to. By the way, Max, I sent you the link if you want to jump in. But listen, you don't have to be a writer or whatever to be able to appreciate it or to even make comments. Right. That's not the point. The point is when you sit there and you criticize to the point like where you're trying to act like you know better, right? And you can tell people better when you have no idea even how to do that job.
Exactly.
You have no idea what actually goes into sitting down and writing a script, writing a screenplay. You have no idea. You've never been in front of a camera. Yeah, you've never actually acted in anything.
I went to my local community college's film school. Okay.
Well,
I learned a lot.
Well, you know what? The show's yours, Brian. Here you go. The show.
Sorry, I'm being an elitist. I'll shut up.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just it's weird how people get to that point where like they're so toxic about this. And I hate using the word toxic because toxic gets thrown around so much.
There's not a word that exists for it to describe it.
I know, and that's my problem with this is I hate using the word toxic. I absolutely hate. But it's like just stop being bad people. And you don't think you're bad. I get it. You don't think, I have a right to this. I have a right to... Just because you have a right to something doesn't mean that necessarily you need to open your big mouth and tell everybody.
Yeah,
right?
We also have a right to tell you you're being a jerk.
If you cannot critique something without being demeaning to somebody or something, you've gone too far and you don't know how to do it. You don't know how to communicate. And that's the thing. Right? That's my problem with it. Is these people don't know how to communicate their concerns or the things. Because I can look at the production value of episode 3 of Kenobi and go, okay, you know what? That production value is not cinematic. It's not, like you could tell that some of it, it's obviously, done on sound stages and stuff like that. So,
the volume.
But it's fine.
Did anybody watch episode 2 and 3? Episode 2 and 3 was like entirely CG. There were no sets in that movie.
Yeah.
It was all fucking blue screen. Excuse my language. Okay. That irritated me. That's one of the reasons why I do not like episode 2. Because that movie was bad blue screen the whole time. Because they were just getting to learn it. It was all brand new. I'm not faulting them for that. But I'm just saying, like, if we're going to complain about this, which is, in my opinion, leaps and bounds better, we're not watching the same movie. Because, like, bro, watch episode 2 again. Watch that droid factory scene. It is the most cringy live action / CG you will ever watch in your life. And honestly,
which show?
Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
Oh yeah.
When they're going through the droid factory, that entire movie. Okay, there's only one set in those, like 2 sets in the whole movie. The actual like locations.
Dude, one of the best things about this is to see live action clone troopers.
Yep.
We saw live action clone troopers for the first freaking time.
In the prequels.
That was at no point, not even one clone trooper in the entire prequels was real.
It was CGI.
These TV shows coming up are more real than the clone troopers.
Star Wars has just announced 5 brand new projects coming to Disney+. First up is C-3PO, a C-3PO story, followed quickly by The Book of Boba Fett, the movie. Followed quickly by The Book of Boba Fett, the movie, the musical, the series. After that, we have Star Wars, Into the Star Wars verse, and finally, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Episode 6, Return of the Jedi.
I'd be interested in seeing the Ant-Man and the Wasp movie. But no, it's everybody's got selective memory when it comes to these sort of things. Like George Lucas is going to be the savior. It sounds like somebody else is going to be the savior in another universe. But we'll get into that later. I'm just saying, like, dude, people want to hear whatever like suits what makes them happy. So let's break
I hear
this
he's
down.
drunk in that movie. Drunk 3PO. You may have a lawsuit on your hands.
I'll be respectful
for
3PO, but dude, honestly, he was super.
He gets a little
cringe in
bit too much
episode
into
2.
that oil.
Dude, episode 2 when he's going through the droid factory was my least favorite C-3PO moment. I'm sorry, drunk. That's just how I feel about it. My bad. But no, I'm just saying, don't complain about what we got now. It's better than nothing. First of all,
Yeah.
like I mean, and that's another thing that's really irritating me about all these franchises now that are geared towards nerd fandoms. It's like, come on, guys, let's quit being so, picky and upset all the time.
What happened? What happened to just enjoying something, for fuck's sake? I mean, instead of
You can't make me enjoy something. I can't enjoy something that sucks.
You can't do it when you
What
come on
the
these
hell,
panels every
Brian?
night.
I have stuff to do. I told Enosh I can't make it, and I hear you going on about Attack of the Clones is amazing.
Lee,
Yoda
bad, yes.
was the
Yes.
best. No, it was a revolution for CGI. We get to see the Clone Wars start. We get to see Mace Windu taking some others out. We get to see a fight between Obi-Wan and Jango Fett. We get to see all that shit.
Amazing. Every word of what you just said was wrong.
I'm just teasing.
I can't stand the prequel hate. I can't stand it.
Max, you know what? So I'll be honest with you. The prequels were, were very low on my list, right, for a long time, especially episode 2. And I don't know why, but a few years ago, we were doing an all-day thing where we watched all 6 movies. And for some reason, that time, I'd watched episode 2 a million times. That time, it was like, wow, okay.
It's fun.
Wow. I like this, man. Look, you got Slave 1 there. You got the sonic discharge.
Yes.
It's a lot of callbacks to Empire, but Brian is right too, though, that like the CGI is ridiculously overdone, but that's the entire
It's not that much worse than other CGI that we're getting.
Yeah.
And at that time, come on, it was really good for the time.
There's some stuff though.
Look at Yoda.
You can consider it cutting edge. Like, okay, look at Avatar. Okay, well, that was one of the first.
All right.
Like
I'm
purely
bringing up receipts.
And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm going to be nice. Okay, that movie was the first movie that used digital cameras. Correct? Attack of the Clones.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
That movie was cutting edge in a lot of ways. Okay.
What's up, Echo Base?
They might have focused a little too heavy on certain things.
See you guys.
I just wish they'd have built a little. I wish they'd have worked blue screen better into physical sets, because for some reason that seems to come across as a little bit better when the actors have something to interact with. Yeah. But how they did it in episode 2, I mean, they kind of went away from it in episode 3, thankfully.
No, I'm not
gonna. 2, it was straight blue screen, dude. Like even in the.
I won't play the video or audio. I'm just gonna. If you could share this.
Oh yeah.
No, don't get me wrong, dude. Like the crowd went nuts when they saw this in the theaters. I watched
was amazing.
Yeah, but if you think about it, okay,
Dooku
was a stand-in, and he just stood there, okay, for everything that you actually do see, because Christopher Lee was, up there in the years.
I mean, he was 89 years old.
Okay,
look at that.
And dude, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything, but doesn't it kind of come across as a little bit unrealistic?
Yeah,
what? Yoda?
Just Yoda's fighting style in general.
Brian, it's the same problem that I have with episode 3, right? So I love the fight between Anakin and
But it gets ruined when you have the fight between Palpatine and Yoda. I agree.
No. The fight between Palpatine and Yoda gets a little weird in a couple spots, but the Obi-Wan Anakin fight on Mustafar, it loses me a couple of times. First of all, when they do that lightsaber spin thing and they're just like standing there like, who's that for?
For me, thank you.
Like, I'm just saying, like, if you're, but no, I mean, like
for THX. No.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, right. Like if you're fighting somebody, hey, Widow, hey, Ashley, good night. But like, you know what I mean? Like if you're doing that, like, who's that for? Why are they spinning that? They're not attacking each other. They're not defending against each other. Somebody was like telling me they're using the Force, and they're just okay. I don't see that, but whatever. But and then the other part,
they were trying to cool.
Yeah, the other part that loses me is the swinging over the lava thing and still like clashing sabers. Look, it looks cool, right?
than any lightsaber duel in the
No.
sequel trilogy.
No, it's in the sequel trilogy?
Yeah.
No, dude, I'm sorry. No, man. That throne room scene. The throne room scene in The Last Jedi is so underrated, and I don't understand why
I think
people.
it's a good scene.
It's a really good
but
scene.
they also miss some connections with the choreography. It's not as tight as this.
Okay,
although
this isn't choreography.
They did cut away for Dooku because of his age. Yes.
Yeah, you got a guy in a wig.
That was a necessity, though. It wasn't because the lack of knowledge of how to do it. All the other times in the prequels.
What was the point?
Where'd William go? William was here. Where'd William go?
His Wi-Fi. Oh my God! Now you're
Need I say more? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Is she old enough there? Oh, wait a second.
She's the only thing on there that's real.
There you go.
Look, the Yoda fight in. I like CGI Yoda compared to.
It wasn't Grievous in the second one too.
Compared to Puppet Yoda.
Yeah, compared to Puppet Yoda.
I'm not trolling. I love it.
We got General Grievous in episode 3.
Episode 3. Okay.
Yeah, I like General Grievous too. I wish we would have gotten more General Grievous.
We saw him in Clone Wars.
Yeah, but I mean, I wish we would have got more of him in like live action. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
you gotta blame George Lucas, you know.
Yeah. No,
I
get it.
Unfortunately, I have to get to bed, but I wanted to come and say hi. And Brian really pissed me off, and I love Brian, but he really, every time he goes
you've
on
never
about
done
the
that to me.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's true. You triggered me, Brian. I was just saying hi, leave my comment, and I was trying to. I have to take out the trash and get ready. I might have to leave town a day or two, and got some stuff going on. But thanks for coming back, Enosh. We missed you. I hope you have a great show.
Thank you, man. I've been busy, man. I've been substitute teaching. I've been doing all kinds of cool stuff. So
Enosh has been doing nothing but landing, but doing nothing.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I didn't know. I started substitute teaching, and I'll tell you what, it's been like one of the most rewarding things. Like I forget all about this nonsense, man, when I'm like teaching these kids and having like real conversations with kids, man. And I'm just like,
do they talk about this like Obi-Wan and stuff?
No, you know what? No, you know, yeah, you know what? Some of them are. They were talking about, like they've talked about nerd stuff with me because they we talked about that I had a YouTube channel. They think that's cool, and I talked to them about some of my musical career and everything. And they think it's cool, and like I've really connected with it because then I went around. I've gone around the class. Here's the thing. Hold on a second. Here's the thing. What?
Oh,
is that Jamie?
I talked to him
before. That's real.
Jamie, you owe me an interview, bro.
What's up, Jamie? Now this dude right here.
Hello there. Another Obi-Wan.
Hello there. Yeah, another did a great job. Jamie's got some great fan films there. Thank you, dude, for being in the chat, man.
Respectfully, Jamie, you owe us an interview. I remember a long time ago I contacted you. I don't want to put pressure on the dude either, though. I apologize.
No,
please come on to the lounge one day, please.
Yeah, you're always welcome, Jamie. We're on we're on Twitter just as Poindexter Lounge. So I mean, like, yeah, if you ever want to join the conversation, man, you're absolutely welcome. Especially with this. I mean, it's a thing of.
And we hope you get Robin Williams. That Robin Williams project looked really cool.
Yeah.
That you're.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That did look great. He's a great actor. He's a really good actor, and he's out there doing it, his own. And that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like somebody like Jamie. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? These people who complain about actors, writers, and everything like that, and they've never done anything, right? But you know what? It's the people who are out there who are doing it. Sure, they're going to have criticism. I'm sure that, Jamie, I'm sure that other people, who have actually been in this space and done things, you have your criticisms of stuff when you watch it, right? Just like I'm a musician, and so like when I hear a band or something like that, yeah, I enjoy the music, but I also, I'm like, oh, is this tight? Is this good? When I listen to a band live, and I've done some writing and I've done those, kind of things. And so, it's just, it's annoying as all get out, and look, you can have your own opinion. You can have an opinion about it. That's not the point. The point is, don't be one of these people who attack people for doing their job. attacking little girls, saying these derogatory, just mean-spirited things. And it just seems like we have not learned anything from the actors who were in the prequels. Like I said, Jake Lloyd, Ahmed Best, and then you go to the sequels, Kelly Marie Tran. Like, it's like, stop it. Stop. These are real people. You're dealing with real people here. And you don't know what an effect that is going to have on somebody, and look, I hope for her sake, the young lady who plays
Leia,
I hope that her parents are doing all that they can to protect her from that, because God knows, man, a 10-year-old can't process that, even if it's regular negative feedback. Like, even if somebody has negative feedback on a 10-year-old, okay, but that's hard. Sometimes negative responses and stuff, are hard for regular people to deal with, right? Sometimes people, like, just even a negative comment on a YouTube channel, for God's sake, is something that some people can't deal with, let alone you being a 10-year-old child and having to deal with that. But look, Obi-Wan, a lot of great things, man. Isn't it cool to know that Hayden Christensen is in that outfit?
Yes.
Yes.
It's crazy to see it. I was like, wow.
I think that's a cool thing in and of itself, is just to know that Hayden is in that outfit.
And Aaron Jones.
I love also in this episode that they show Vader's brutality.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Like, he's out there dragging people down the street with the Force, and
I am so glad that they went there, because it's been a while. Like, we need to see that out of Vader, right? I'm glad that they did it with Rogue One, but I'm glad they did it with Rogue One. And
this is one of only 3 times that I've actually feared Vader at all. The first time being Empire, when he's hunting Luke at Bespin. The second being the Rogue One hallway scene. And then this, and it's like I was telling somebody earlier, a friend of mine, people complaining that Vader, saying that Vader would just snap up Obi-Wan and kill him, blah, blah, blah. No, he's going to torture Obi-Wan. He wants to torture Obi-Wan, and he's going to play it out. The term "run, rabbit, run" rings a bell here. Vader's going to torture Obi-Wan and follow him, and he's going to draw it out. That's what he's doing here. And it's simply because Obi-Wan was his brother, Obi-Wan was his mentor, and Obi-Wan left him to die.
Yeah.
That was the final betrayal.
You could tell that Vader's got a major chip on his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
For Obi-Wan.
He legit basically gave Obi-Wan the favor back by, like, burning him up. He was like, "You burned me, I'm going to burn you now." Type of thing.
Translates to
they were complaining because after the woman shot at the stormtrooper, and Vader noticed her, and people were like, "Oh, Vader would just walk through the flames and finish off Kenobi." I was like, no, he knows that he can follow them now. He's going to let him go, and he's going to follow wherever they go.
Yep.
You gotta love, continue to torture him.
Thade, you gotta love, though, how people, like, assume they know what Vader would do. Here's the thing. You know what a character does? Whatever the writer needs them to do. Right?
Right.
Like all these, I get it. Listen, I understand it. We feel this ownership of Star Wars. We feel this ownership of different franchises and different things, right? And so we feel like we know what a character would do in this situation or whatever. And we neglect sometimes what a character would actually do. That's why, like, hearing people complain that Obi-Wan in the first 2 episodes, oh, he's just the hermit on Tatooine. That's what his purpose was. How are you complaining about that? That's literally how we find Obi-Wan as an old man in episode 1.
He also has massive PTSD and has cut himself somewhat off from the Force because he's feeling guilty. He's lost everybody. And I've heard the argument, well, he's a space wizard monk and he's never going to break. And I was like, he's broken. Oh. The dude is obviously broken. He was a soldier. He's got PTSD. And from having PTSD myself, I feel that. I feel what Obi-Wan's going through because I know those feelings. I know how that feels. Being afraid because you're sure you can't control the situation. Those nightmares. I feel that stuff, man. And all these people saying, "Oh no, Obi-Wan would never break." Bull, man.
Well, it's the same arguments about Luke that people make about the sequel trilogy. Well, my Luke Skywalker would never do. Well, that's great. Your Luke Skywalker doesn't have to. Go make a fan film. Okay, I got a bunch of action figures back here, man. Like all over this room, dude. I can make all the fan films in the world that I want and make Luke Skywalker do whatever I want him to do, right? I can dress up as Luke Skywalker, man. I can go hire somebody else to like I'll get. I mean, well, Jamie's already been Han Solo and Obi-Wan and everything else, so like we can do that. But the reality is that, and it's one of the things, actually, I mean, I know I take a lot of flack, even in this chat, somebody brought up that I like the sequels. Look, I have problems with The Rise of Skywalker. They're not the normal problems that people complain about, like the Emperor and all that stuff. Like, I don't have a problem with that, but I love The Last Jedi just because it shows Luke in a situation where, you know what, he's been saving the galaxy for 30 years, man. He's been out here. He has suffered such great loss. It's such
you were the reason why I reviewed that movie again. You were the reason why I went back and reviewed that movie again, and I actually get it now. I do. It's like, because I hated the sequel movies. I did. I have to admit it. I was along with those guys. I hated them. I was mad. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. And I told you I missed out on a couple of movies because of that. I slept on them for years.
Yeah.
And then I went and I watched Rise of Skywalker when it came out because my brother wanted me to go with him. Mm-hmm. And I sat through that movie and I had some issues. I did. But then I started thinking about, well, okay. And then I started talking to y'all. I started hanging out with y'all over here on the Poindexter Lounge. I started doing these panels with y'all. And then that night that you and I talked on Brodan's channel, mm-hmm. Because that was the first night you brought up The Last Jedi to me, and if I remember correctly, I told you I didn't like it.
Yeah. But we lost him.
Yeah, storming in Texas. Yeah, well, it's storming in Texas, so the infrastructure is really.
I just want to say, The Last.
Anyway,
Jedi
we started talking about it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you cut out the fade.
Yeah, I know. Weather problems. I'm having weather issues over here.
Yeah.
But you and I started talking about it, and I went back and watched it like the night before I came on your panel. Well, that day I watched it again, and I started thinking about it. I was like, this really isn't as bad as I thought it was. This really isn't, an issue to me now. And then I started like focusing on Luke, and thinking about the PTSD and thinking about that he's, he may be a Jedi, but he's also a soldier. Think about he's lost friends, he's lost all of that. And I started like applying it to my own PTSD, and I was like, oh my God, I get Luke now. I do. Like
I've said it a lot of times, and here's the thing. Luke has a similar problem all throughout the movies, even back to Empire. He has a hero complex where he feels the need to save everybody. And unfortunately, like Empire Strikes Back is my favorite movie, hands down, just movie, not necessarily even like aside from being my favorite Star Wars movie, it's just my favorite movie because I just love it. And it takes me back to a time, when I was a kid and going to see it. Yeah, to me it is. To me, it's absolutely the greatest. But here's what I find in Empire. Everything bad that happens to the other characters is Luke's fault. It's literally Luke's fault because Luke has the vision. He has the vision while he's training, and he doesn't know how to control that vision. And so he's immediately saying, I've got to go help them. I've got to go save them. And Yoda's going, no. And he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Just let him die? And Yoda just straight up goes, yes, let them die. If that's if you value what they fight for. But like nobody talks about that, right? That like Yoda is like, yes, let them die if you value what they fight for. But then Luke is just like, nope, I gotta go. I can save them. I can do it. They can't do it themselves. I can do it. And then he shows up, but the problem is they get his X-Wing on the scanners, right? And they alert Vader, and Vader's like, okay, prepare the freezing chamber for him. And then all of a sudden you got Lando coming up going, you know what? We've never used that with a person before. You should know that could kill him, right? And Vader goes, well, okay, I don't want the Emperor's prize damaged, so throw Captain Solo in there. If Luke doesn't show up, Han never gets frozen in carbonite. And you know what that means?
I love the completely gangster moment Yoda had there when they're talking before Luke leaves.
Yes.
Yeah. If you value what they fight for, yes.
Yes. Well, and the thing is, so then think about this, because then if that happens, Lando had a plan to get everybody out of Bespin. Okay? We didn't know that, but Lando had this plan to get them out of Bespin. So, but the problem comes where Han gets frozen in carbonite, and then they give him to Boba Fett, and he goes and takes him off, right? So the thing is that Han could have died, you know, I mean, like, obviously, you know, they had the plot point that he wasn't going to die, you know, being frozen in carbonite. But in the movie sense of it, Han could have died being frozen in carbonite. And whose fault would have that been?
Luke's.
It would have been Luke's for triggering them and coming in and trying to save them. And then Luke gets there, and then Luke doesn't save anybody. Like, Luke gets to Bespin.
I think what the problem...
He gets shot at, he fights Vader. Hold on a second. Vader just kind of like plays with him for a second and then like cuts off his hand. He gets a horrible revelation that Vader is his dad. He falls off there, you know, like pretty much, you know, just like, oh, I'm not going to turn to the dark side, so I'm just going to fall here and risk possible death. Then he ends up hanging off of, you know, an antenna at the bottom, and our heroes have already gone away. Leia's gone. Chewie's gone, C-3PO, R2-D2, everybody, Lando, they're all safely away on the Falcon, but they don't get away because Leia has to come back and save Luke. And that's what happens in in The Last Jedi, is that Luke is now, like you said, he's a soldier. He is somebody who goes and you know, has gone through so much. And people, they watch the flashbacks and they think that the flashbacks are literal things that happen, and they're not. They are two different interpretations of the same moment. And you can tell because Ben's is that Luke is this vengeful, you know, bloodthirsty, you know, swollen eyes, you know, guy who's going to just slice him down. And Luke's is just like, hey, you know, I was just trying to, you know, do something, and I realized it was too late. Somewhere in there is the middle, and it's the first time we've ever seen anything like that with Star Wars. So I don't think that everybody was like ready for that and like ready to how to process it. They took it literally.
I think one of the biggest problems people have and is misinterpretation. I was talking about this again with a friend earlier, and we were talking about everything being black and white.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, people have this idea that the Jedi are the good guys. And that's what hangs up a lot of people. People don't realize that the Jedi were not the good guys. They were just a group, okay? They did good for the most part. They did work for the greater good, but they also did what was necessary for said greater good. It's a misrepresentation.
They got corrupted. I said this to Dawson because Dawson had a TikTok video where he was talking about how he was answering a thing of like, what kind of Jedi would you want to be and stuff, and he was like, I'd like to be a rogue Jedi, and I joked with him. I said, well, you know, I'm glad that you didn't say gray Jedi, because you know that's not a canon thing, right? And we got to talking about it, and I told him, I said, you know, look, in the canon, you're either a Jedi, right, or you're Sith, or you're just a light side or dark side Force user. There are other little sects. There are other little sects of that, but you got to remember that like Jedi and Sith are simply the major religions of the Force.
Exactly. You've got
so if you're not a Jedi, that's why Ahsoka's not a Jedi. She left. It's like she left the church. Right? It was like, I believe in God. I believe in God, but I'm not going to church anymore, you know?
You got the Parabendu monks. You've got the people that follow the river thing, or what, the flow of the Force. Mm-hmm. You've got the Wills themselves, which are, you know, a Force religion in and of themselves.
Yeah. Well, they're the reason. Well, the Wills are the what is it? The structure of the Force. They communicate the Force, you know, to us. So
right,
you know.
And then you've got like the Ones, and you know, they're a whole other thing in the Force. And
yeah,
there's you know, Luke talked about it in the extended universe, and I know people like, whoa, you can't bring up the extended universe. I can actually, I can do whatever I want at this point, but
no, Thade, no.
But that being said,
don't you dare. Don't you dare think.
Oh, I'm going to go there. But no, like,
you know what?
Likes you 'cause you wipe back to front.
Anyway, but no, when Luke was going around learning about the Force after Return of the Jedi, he went and studied with each of the groups. Like, he didn't just focus on Jedi teachings. He went around and spoke with the different groups. He spent time with the different Force groups. He spent time with, people that weren't exactly light side sometimes too. The Force is the Force, and he was trying to learn the base of it, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am like I said, everybody doesn't have to like it, right? You don't have to like everything.
It's like a salad bar. Not everybody likes cottage cheese, but it's there.
That's the beauty of Star Wars right now. Is there's literally something for everybody right now, right? And I'm sorry, but if you don't get excited seeing Mustafar and actually seeing Vader for the first time, like on Mustafar, seeing Inquisitors in live action.
If everybody here knows how I felt about this show going ahead, I was not looking forward to seeing Darth Vader facing off against Obi-Wan.
Me either.
Again, until A New Hope. I saw that and I was like, bruh.
Oh,
why was I opposed to this?
It made my skin crawl.
You didn't like it, TW?
No. In a good way. Like, Vader genuinely terrified me.
Dude,
I was gonna say,
it made the flesh creep, man.
I don't ever remember anybody saying it made my skin crawl in a positive way.
It's very rare. It's a Canadian thing.
Makes sense.
No, not really.
Canadian.
Not really.
It makes the flesh creep and the skin crawl. Anyway,
it made me feel like poutine.
Oh, you had to go there, Enosh.
I did. Well, yeah.
I'm just thinking Canadian, Toronto Bill. Toronto Bill as opposed to Buffalo Bill. It rubs the lotion on its skin, but
can I just bring up one thing while everybody's here? So
you want to get the Jose?
Right. So one thing I was kind of disappointed a little bit in Rogue One when I saw Rogue One was Vader's voice. Yes, it was James Earl Jones, but it didn't have that
he was good
classic. It didn't have the classic.
Power.
Yeah, it didn't have the classic Vader timbre to it. Oh my gosh. Vader was straight on classic Vader in this.
I wonder if they did with James Earl Jones what they did with Mark Hamill's voice.
Yes, they did.
Book of Boba and stuff like that.
They did.
I haven't seen anything that actually says that they did, but it credits James Earl Jones, and they didn't credit Mark Hamill with did they?
Yes, they did.
Did they credit him properly though?
In Boba and in Mando, yeah.
Did they? Well, yeah. I know in Mando because he actually recorded, but like in Boba Fett, he didn't actually record any new lines, right?
No, he didn't.
Neither with Mandalorian.
No, he did in Mandalorian. They digitally altered it in the. It wasn't it they digitally altered it in the Mandalorian.
They took pre-existing.
I know they did that in Book of Boba Fett, but I don't know that they did that in Mandalorian.
No, in Mandalorian they use AI voicing to alter.
Now they did show him in the credits, though. I will say that it was like front and center.
Yeah. So I mean, but I'm just telling you that voice was dead on, and it was so good. And like, and looking at seeing the stronghold where the Inquisitors
I love his
are.
throne. I love his throne on Mustafar. I love Vader's throne.
I can't wait to see the Inquisitor, the Grand Inquisitor again.
Yeah, he's not dead. He's not dead.
No.
He's not dead.
Come on now.
I also want to bring up a point that was made earlier in a video. When Vader gets up out of his throne on Mustafar and goes and looks out the window, he built his castle near the spot where he burned. Yep. And what he was doing was looking out the window at that spot so he could build his anger.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he went to the window to look down.
I like that Vader moves with purpose and fast because he's young.
Yeah, he's still kind of spry. Yeah. It's
well, people also got to understand Obi-Wan's in his 50s now, like timeline wise. He's in his 50s. He's like 52, 53, something like that timeline.
Yeah, why can't he fight? Actually, it's kind of cool to see Obi-Wan use more hand-to-hand combat and actually use a gun, which is fun because the whole line of an elegant weapon for a more civilized time, but Obi-Wan is blasting everybody with blasters, and I love that.
Well, it's so uncivilized. I love it though. He was such a precise shot with all those shots against those stormtroopers.
So good.
Did anybody catch the fact that alien that was driving that thing was Seth Rogen?
No, it's Zach Braff.
Was Zach Braff?
That was Zach Braff?
Yeah, Zach Braff.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, because it sounded like Rogan for a minute. It sounded like Rogan.
It was Rogan, but then the credits
have to go
said
back
Zach
and
Braff.
listen.
I was like, okay.
Yeah,
that's
it
awesome.
is
So
Zach
both
Braff.
Turk and JD got in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yes,
I would like to point out what Tony Izzo just pointed out.
Resistance.
James Earl Jones is 91 years old and he's still going strong.
Dang.
Right? That's nuts.
Just saying.
Well, hey, I just met William Shatner, man. He's 91 years old. So, and that guy doesn't look 91 years old at all. By the way, I don't know if Drunk 3PO is still watching, but shout out to Drunk 3PO for your donation to my ability to go to Motor City Comic Con this year. I appreciate it.
That was amazing, man.
So look, I don't look. There was a time where I'll be honest with you, I was angry at certain people, right? I was angry at Geeks and Gamers, right? I was angry at Jeremy. I was angry at this person. I'm not angry at people anymore. I'm just saying, can we please stop this? That's all I'm asking. You could do whatever on your channel you want to do, complain about whatever you want to complain, but can we just? But I know that
Stop
it's not going to stop.
People.
Just quit going after the actors and actresses.
I know,
that's not cool.
and see that's what hurts me because I don't watch this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But then other people do, and then because I'm in the space that I'm in, people talk to me about it or send me a clip or whatever, and I'm just and so I know that it or they'll send me a thumbnail or something, you know what I mean? And so I know that it'll pop up even in my suggested or whatever. And the problem is that just like Brian said, just don't attack. But my concern is it breaks my heart because I just know that it's not going to stop because it's profitable.
Well, having raised girls, my grown children were all girls.
Okay.
It could be very damaging to her, especially at 10 years old. People don't understand the hell that Jake Lloyd went through. He quit acting because of all that shit. And he went through some other stuff because he was just badgered. Ahmed Best almost committed suicide because of the harassment he took. Yeah. You guys got to understand, this is not on those actors. This is not on you, and this is not on any of those actors. Your real argument is not even with Star Wars at this point. It's with Disney. You can be angry with Disney all you want. That's fine. But don't attack the people that are in the things that are trying to do it because they want the fans to enjoy. These people don't actively go out there and take as many hours as it takes to do a production, as many months at a time as it can take that you don't have your own life when you're on sets. It's an aggravating and exhausting job. And the people go at them like they're some sort of monsters, and it's not right.
I know that's what I've been saying. That's what I even said to Jeremy, straight up. Listen, they've created this version of Kathleen Kennedy, right? Where she's not even a human being anymore. She is this comic book character that they have created. That she's just evil. She's the devil. She's trying to ruin Star Wars. She hates Luke Skywalker. She hates the original trilogy. She hates George Lucas. Her whole bent in life is just to destroy Star Wars and destroy everything that came before. And that's such a ridiculous. That's just such a ridiculous premise.
Can I bring up here that George Lucas handpicked Kathleen Kennedy?
Well, yeah.
It's
just such a ridiculous premise, though.
The thing about it that aggravates the crap out of me. The thing about it that aggravates the crap out of me is with Jeremy, Ryan, Ripa, and Gary. We're on a panel together. and they played Ewan's clip. And Jeremy lost his mind, telling Ewan to go fuck himself and everything else. And then he brings up, because Ewan said the thing about if you're going to be a racist, you're not a Star Wars fan in my mind. And then he brings up just right after that, he says, "Oh, you're going to talk about skeletons in other people's closets. Well, we're going to bring up that you cheated on your wife." That happened years ago. First of all, 2017. Okay. They're bringing this up, and what I found very ironic about it is they're talking about skeletons in Ewan McGregor's closet, and Gary was on the panel. Enough said. Gary has skeletons in his closet. So does everybody. Bringing this up is not a way to get your point across. Okay? So the person said something you don't agree with. You feel attacked? Well, why? Nobody straight up said all Star Wars fans are racist. Well, he said the ones that are acting racist need to stop.
And well, what does Ewan McGregor's like personal life have to do with anything like nothing, related to that? Nothing. It's nothing. So the thing is, look, I am really hoping, actually, Ewan McGregor has hinted that there could be more seasons of this show.
Yes, he did on stage at Celebration.
I didn't think that I would want that.
I do,
but I'm actually kind of on board with that now. Like,
well, lore wise, we have 8 years till A New Hope because Luke and Leia are 10, so they were 18 in A New Hope. So we've got 8 years. Oh yeah, that is true.
Silence says the spice dealer was Ewan's daughter. That's a fun fact. That's wow.
It's completely true, and that's why she said everyone here was somebody. I was somebody's daughter once. She's dealing with her dad in that scene.
That's great. But awesome.
No, there's 8 years. I want to point out here that for continuing seasons, there's 8 years before A New Hope. Okay, there's a lot of filler that you could put in that 8 years. Now, I'm not saying that this show should go for the next 7 years, but I'm saying that like there's a lot of time period. You could time jump a little bit. There's other things you could be doing, and they mentioned Quinlan Vos. In the Jedi Underground. She's alive. They mentioned Quinlan Vos.
Okay, so you know what? So you want to hear a crazy thing? Now I got to go back and rewatch it because you're right. My subconscious knew that. Right when you said that, I was like, "Oh heck yeah!" But I was putting together. I was putting together my. I was literally putting together my thumbnail and I was like scheduling the show as that was being talked about. And when you just said that, like, it just triggered. Oh,
and get a load of this.
I just love when Kenobi touches the wall and he goes, Quinlan was here? Because of the Eric Besh on the wall.
Get a load of this.
Yes, TW.
So this is crazy. When you see Reva enter the room and she passes her hand over the Orabesh, I watched an Eckhart's Ladder video. You know what that Orabesh says? Valen Halcyon.
No. Get this, even better. The little kid that
his name was Corin.
The kid's name was Corin. The kid's name was Corin. And then they showed in the credits the mother's name was Nisa, which was Corin Horn's mother.
We might have just seen the canon Corin Horn.
They're bringing EU stuff into canon.
Yeah.
William.
You want other stories, William.
Well, it is late in Vegas, you know.
William, you say that you want other stories, bro. Like, you don't want Skywalker stuff anymore. There you go. You don't have to have Skywalker stuff, bro. Like, that's so cool.
We did have Skywalker stuff today.
We had it all.
Directly Skywalker stuff.
Well, yeah, but we had it all, man. Like, and I love how Leia looked at him and was just like, "Are you my dad?" And okay, so that brought up a moment, right? Like, I wish I could say I was your dad.
Obi-Wan has a
okay. That's straight up right there proof that Obi-Wan had the hots for Padme. Straight up, the way he said that, I wish I was.
I'm taking that. I'm taking that a different way. I'm taking that a different way. Here's why.
Look at the look in Obi-Wan's eyes.
But I've always suspected that.
What did Uncle Owen say to him? Like he trained his father. I think there's so much guilt there that, you know, even Obi-Wan himself would feel guilty and be like, yeah, I kind of wish I was your dad, because your dad was left a burning husk on the side of a lava lake on.
Yeah, Brian, I get that, but I'm gonna say too, I think a little.
There's little look. There's even one in episode 3. There's a scene in episode 3 when he comes to talk to Padme.
Yes.
When he comes to talk to Padme after Anakin has gone to the dark side.
I don't stand for this.
He said the way he looks at her, dude, and what he says to her in episode 3, and then what he said to Leia. You know,
there's just a little bit. It's a little creeper.
No,
it's
I'm
a little.
not even.
I'm telling you, I see it too, Thade. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's definite. I'm just saying there's. I'm
gonna say no, because you want to know why? That goes completely against Obi-Wan's character as a Jedi. Okay.
Why?
No, because aside from Satine, he was pure, dude. Like,
oh, he loves Satine. Yeah, he loved her.
But
I don't think he could ever feel that way about anybody else.
I think it's a different. No, I don't think it's. I think it's
a healthy. I think at that point,
all kinds of love. Okay,
I think I know, but I think at that point it feels like more of like a healthy crush of like, you know, Anakin is not good for you.
The love between a friend. Do you know the difference? Like, there's a difference between romantic love, which you would experience, at least in my life, you know, terms. Okay, and more of a love that you would have between a friendship, like a deep caring. It's not like you're trying to, you know, get together and have kids for the rest of your lives, but it's just somebody.
No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying, Brian.
You know, what else is funny about this?
No, I don't think it's not the reason why I find it at all, and I don't.
The reason why I find it so funny we're having this conversation.
Crush is the wrong word.
Because if you read the Revenge of the Sith novelization, there is a scene where Sidious is trying to convince Obi-Wan that they are in fact having an affair behind his back. Without saying it, it's definitely you can read.
You mean convince Anakin? You mean?
Are they trying to destroy a Horcrux?
You said Obi-Wan. You said convince Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Sidious was trying to convince Anakin that Obi-Wan and Padme were having an affair behind Anakin's back.
I made a Harry Potter reference and only.
Well, and I think look, and I think there's also that thing where, like, you know, Anakin yells at him. And he's like, you know, you took her from me, you know, blah blah blah. You know,
took her away from me.
Yeah, you know, and so I think even in Anakin's mind, he's got a little bit of jealousy there, where he at least suspects Obi-Wan.
Because he imagines it.
Yeah, because he says you brought him here, and she turns around, she's like, no, and he's like, you know,
you brought him here to kill me.
You know,
I genuinely like the acting in that scene.
George Lucas
too, but man,
it's some of the except for the "you will try." That
line was a little much.
That line falls flat. That's like a singer. That's like a singer like belting something out. It sounds really great, and then they hit that one note that's just a little off. But they recover. But you know, it's like it's like singing the Star Spangled Banner, and you get to
no. You know, does it strike you as bratty where he goes, "My new empire"? I always laugh at that line.
Or the land of the free. But they recover. They come in, and the home of the brave.
When you did the land of the free thing,
yes.
When you did that terrible line, I'm not lying. I had flashbacks of Roseanne Barr singing the.
Oh Lord!
Land of the free.
Yeah, wasn't her thing though? Wasn't her thing Jose? Can't you see? Anyway,
I don't know. Right.
I'm just saying, man, I am so impressed with what they're doing and keeping me engaged. And
yes,
I'm loving it. I can't believe that we're halfway through it.
And I just want to say I'm gonna need some icy hot for my shoulders because that was a reach, I know, but just some icy hot. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're not saying it's for sure. We're just speculating over here. Like imagine
No, you said it was for sure, so you gotta take the L and will have the hashtag Enosh was right.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, 79 people. 79 people in the chat. Will you please hit that like button? Will you please just help us out a little bit and just hit that like button so that YouTube knows.
Just help us a little, guys. Come on, just a little.
This is great coming back, man, and we got 79 people in here, and so William popped into the chat or William popped into the show, and then he saw that we were still talking about Star Wars, and he was like, "Nah." He didn't have internet problems. He's like, "Nah, I'll come back later when we're talking about the meaty stuff,
right?
The stuff
the
that
stuff
I like."
He wants
the
to
Emmerich,
talk about. Well, I do want to say
stuff.
A hearty thank you and a shout out. I had a couple friends that from my youth group way back in the day. I just wanted to shout out. Hey, John, hey, Aaron. Thanks for stopping by, man. If you guys see this, if you don't, been a while, man. I wanted to get you guys down here because we do eventually talk about Star Wars. It's kind of why I got onto the YouTubes. But in all honesty,
the whole reason I'm here, man.
But honestly, though, let's talk about that for just a hot second. Isn't it so nice to actually talk about something besides comic book movies for a change?
Yes.
To get back to the roots of it all, what really made me a nerd was Star Wars. I'm sorry, man, but I'm just getting connected to the core.
I had a real connection with my dad through Star Wars. This was our thing to go see midnight shows and everything. And Brian, you and I are in the same boat with our dads. We lost our dads recently and everything. So having Star Wars right now is amazing.
Oh yeah.
I still feel that, I know logically he's probably not watching it along with me, but it's still I feel like he's here with me, whenever I watch Obi-Wan or whenever, it's a nostalgia thing, I guess, but it's still, it's good for me, it's good in a good way, not good in a sad way,
Yeah, no, exactly. And then that's kind of it's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to this weekend. I'm just I've gotten so overwhelmed with being connected to the internet and all the world stuff. And I'm just I just want to go sit out, crack a beer, and watch the sunset. Good? No, man, I'm not even going to go watch a movie this weekend, man. I'm just going to...
Damn.
I'm disengaging. You won't even see me this weekend, bro. I'm going to finish up editing my dad's tribute video on Friday. I'm going to drive out Saturday morning, and I'm going to go hang out with my brother all day. Then I'm going to camp out there, come back Sunday, and I might come on. I don't know. It depends.
That's all good. That's all good, man. Celebrate your dad. Enjoy the time.
Have a good celebration of your father, man.
Well, yeah, thank you. But also more than that, though, it's there are times when YouTube starts to feel kind of jobby.
You need to get away. You need to get away at some point.
Well, it kind of I'm on here every night. I mean, it's not like I mind, and I'm not complaining, but there are times where it just kind of feels getting up and going. Am I ready for this today? Do I really want to come on here and let's? You guys don't need to stare at my ugly.
Anybody watch the Orville?
But you know what I mean. So it's there's just I don't know. I just think there's a lot more going on.
I feel you, Brian. I feel you, man.
And I'm just happy that like Enosh said, that Star Wars fandom's kind of rallying around the actress. So that's always nice. It's just like I said. My whole thing about the negativity in the fandom, I've seen it for years. Honestly, I didn't even know it existed until I watched that movie, The People versus George Lucas. Mm-hmm. The amount of vitriol they had towards the man should just sum up everything we need to know talking about.
Well, that's where I'm not going to use the word obviously, but it's where literally we got the term in the context of Star Wars.
Yes.
George Lucas R-worded our childhoods is from that movie.
Yeah,
because people went to Skywalker Ranch. Was it Skywalker Ranch or was it his house?
Yeah, Skywalker Ranch.
Skywalker Ranch.
Went and screamed it into the ranch. Horrifying.
Let me just point this out. If you allow a piece of media to destroy your childhood, then you're weak.
Well, of course.
Yeah, how can it destroy your childhood? You've outgrown it already.
The problem is it's the word identity, okay? And I don't want to say it in the context of politics or whatever. I'm just talking about like when people tie when they tie their identity to a particular thing. So like, say, I hate to use sports as an example, but I think it's a really apt one. Okay, so let's just say you're a Raiders fan, and you are so diehard that like when they lose, it personally affects you. Like the next couple of days, you are just like so distraught. Okay, and if somebody says something bad about that fan base, it's like they're saying it about you. That's when it's like, I think people need to stop with that.
Yeah.
Be yourself.
I agree completely.
Never identify as something that you're a fan of, because I'm telling you right now, that leads to obsession and all kinds of other problems that you don't even want to mess with.
The thing is, I guess I'm just way too pragmatic for that. Like, I'm a nerd. I will own that till the end of my days.
Well, and there's a certain level of obsession that comes with being a nerd, because I think they mean one and the same.
Out of all the fandoms, Star Wars is the one that strikes home the most for me, simply because, like I said earlier, my father and our connection through Star Wars. And yet I've learned to let go of the hatred, to put it, I guess, in a Jedi sort of mind frame. I've learned to let go of the hate. I've learned to let go of the things that made me angry. Do I have some questions about current Star Wars? Yeah. Do I have some criticism? Definitely. But am I going to get angry over it? No. Nobody did that to my childhood. Nobody killed my childhood, because as a person, I have the simple ability to turn it off if I don't agree with it.
Well, here's another thing, Dave. Did you watch Star Trek last year?
No.
Are you watching it now?
Yes.
The power of positivity, ladies and gentlemen.
I know, and you know
I am
what?
absolutely loving Star Trek right now, Brian.
Hold on, Enoch.
I'm loving. Okay.
I was making a point. Hold on, just a second.
You don't tell me. No, this is my freaking show.
Brian, do you know why I have positivity for it right now? Do you know why I love Star Trek again? Because of the things you said to me about it. Because of the things Stella said to me about it. Because of that man right there above me, Enosh. All of you have helped me become a more positive individual. Okay? And I'm going to lay it right out there. It took y'all to get me to pull my head out of my ass about this stuff. Okay? When I first joined the lounge, there was a lot of things I wasn't positive about, but now I am. You know, it's a mindset, and you guys help me with that. And that's why I love being here.
That's awesome, man.
It's why I love being part of the show. And why I appreciate Enosh for putting up with my ass talking over everybody most of the time. You know, I appreciate you guys. I do. I appreciate you guys that have opened my eyes to what I can love again. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's too easy to get caught up in the hate train on YouTube, man.
Hey, you know what? And we love you, Thade, and I'm glad to have you know. So I will just say, but I was saying about Star Trek. I mean, like, dude, Strange New Worlds, fantastic,
right?
Dude, in an hour. In an hour, the next episode drops.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've watched a couple of episodes of Discovery. It just wasn't for me. Like I may try it again at some point, but like I'm just like, you know. But here's the thing. I could watch Strange New Worlds. You know what else I could watch? I could watch Lower Decks. Right?
Yeah. Lower Decks is hilarious.
I love Lower Decks, man. I love Lower Decks. And yeah, Blake, the Orville is coming back, and I love.
It's back already.
Is it back already?
Yes,
is it back?
tonight.
Oh man. Oh man.
The first episode, Pam says
you're not going to see me for another 3 weeks, man, with all the shows coming out right now. Like I'm serious.
We got a member chat. You know?
We got a member chat. Okay, let me get to that. Hold on a second. I got it right here. Anthony Grigsby. Look at this guy, all the way from Australia. Love Anthony Grigsby. Oh, Brian, I was going to tell you. You know those. So I'll tell everybody. A guy on my Facebook Marketplace had a bunch of Star Trek ships, like the models on like.
Oh yeah, no, I saw those. You posted the pictures.
Yeah, so I posted.
Yeah,
them,
those
right?
look awesome.
You know what's really funny? Like
what's
that Excelsior, the way it was painted.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I painted mine exactly the same way.
Did you really?
Terrible.
So I'm gonna have to sand them down and all this stuff, but I'm gonna repaint them and like make them nice. But the thing is I got that Excelsior, right? I got the Enterprise, just the regular old like original series Enterprise, and I got the freaking Reliant.
I love the Reliant, dude.
And I already have Enterprise D. I already have like the old Enterprise D and the old Enterprise E. Yeah. So, dude, if I get an Enterprise C, I want to get an Enterprise A. So, I would just love to.
I need to find myself an Enterprise C. I love the Constitution class. The C.
Enterprise C is
beautiful
amazing.
ship.
Yeah. No, what I was gonna say is what kind of paint is it? Is it like an exterior paint type stuff?
I don't know.
If it's model paint, paint thinner, bro. Done.
Really? So yes. So I don't know what it is. I won't know until I get it. But the guy was super nice. Like worked with me on it. He's just like you could tell like he just wanted it to go someplace. And so very very thankful. Like the guy gave me like he was asking 15 per ship. I ended up getting him for 10. And
nice.
Yeah, it's so good, and I can't wait to get him here. But Anthony Grisby here for a member for 9 months. That's my man right there. That's my boy. And he says, hey to all my peeps in the panel and chat. Love to you all. It's a good day. Hashtag release the air cut. Heck yeah, release the air cut. I'll say that all day. William, I love William, man, but like William just doesn't like nothing. Well, that's not it. That's cancel Caden. That's something I can get behind right there.
No, he said cancel. He said cancel Fade, and I said I will not be canceled.
No, like William, come on, bro. Like seriously, bro. Like, come on, man.
Hey, look, I work with William on William's show. Look, William's just hangry. He needs a Snickers. It'll be all right.
True. That's true. I feel like we should recreate that commercial.
Talk about Toby Emmerich, and he'll be on here in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I feel like we should like redo those commercials, right? Like those Snickers commercials where it's just like, here, have a Snickers, and
that's life.
But man, no, you know what? I am look, I am Stella. I love you, Stella. I'm good. Thank you. It's not coming up on 3. It's 2:00. It's 2.
I'm warning everyone that this is the last hour. That's why.
I love you, Stella. We'll see where we go. I got a new fresh cup of coffee, and look, I got check it out. It's a Star Wars.
It's a Star Wars coffee cup, man.
That's a great cup.
Isn't it a great cup? The best part of waking up is Star Wars on your cup.
Is Sith in your cup? No, anyway.
The cup looks woke.
All right, should we?
It's over, Anakin. I have the coffee ground.
Yes. So look, I'm just saying this. Look, if you don't like Obi-Wan, fine, critique it in a positive way, but don't make stuff up and don't attack actors. That's the bottom line.
Den of Nerds had a video today, and he did not enjoy this episode of Kenobi, but he was positive about his dislike of the episode. He was not derogatory. He was not angry about it. He even said at the end of the video, he said, "Hey, I might have to watch it again before it catches me.
Sure,
but right now this one just doesn't work for me very well." But you know what? He was at least positive in his critique. And that's all I'm asking for. Be positive. Don't be attacking.
Please.
Don't be insulting. Be positive. Like I said, man, I had people on Twitter coming at me with nasty sexual stuff, dude. Why do you even have to bring it to that? They said they said some actress wasn't going to, go down on me, dude. Like, I care less about that. I care less about Billy Lord, people are like, well, she's not going to sleep with you, dude. I was like, why would I want her to? I will never know her personally. So, like, why do you got to come at me with this BS, man? Come on.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, this whole week has been kind of weird. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, so, I'm substitute teaching. I'm having a great time teaching. That's all going great. The kids love me. Like, it's so cool to like walk down the hallway and I hear, Mr. Fee, you're awesome. Like fist bumps and stuff. Like I'm running into teachers. All the teachers love me. They're just like, we're so glad that you're here. You've been awesome. And then like I met the art teacher yesterday and she's just like, oh my, so you're Mr. Fee. I have like literally I've just heard nothing but about you from the kids like for the last 2 weeks, like this Mr. Fee and how great he is. And then my son came home today. Check this out. My son came home today. He has a friend who has a sister, right? He has a friend who's a girl who has a sister. Apparently I taught gym today. Check this out. I played full court basketball for 2 hours with these students today.
You garbage.
With eighth graders, man. Like, dude, I got to work out. I got in 12,000 steps in today. Okay. I'm just telling you, man.
People were making him put his knees together. Just slap.
I'm just telling you, like, I was like, by the end of that second hour, I was like, yeah, I'm ready to go to the chiropractor.
Yeah, right.
But look, I hung with them, man. And they dug it so much that a girl who was in my gym class today apparently took a Snapchat video of me and showed it to her sister, and her sister realized that it was me. Or her sister realized it was me, that I'm Landon's dad. And so she took it and sent it to Landon, is like, hey, this Snapchat's going around to your dad. It was like, Mr. Fee is balling.
Mr. Fee is trash. Playing basketball.
Dude, bring it on, Anthony. Bring it on. Bring it on, buddy. Let me tell you something about Mr. Fee, okay? Mr. Fee will box you out. I know my size, okay? And I can shoot. I can lay up, and I'm there, bro. And under the basket, you ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing.
Give you the Kareem hook
dude,
shot.
I got the Kareem hook shot. Yo, see, you don't know what you're working with. I perfected that hook shot years ago, my friend. Oh yeah, the hook shot from the free throw line. Heck yeah, that's me, bro. That's me.
I got Rodman boards, dude. You better watch that.
I'm just telling you. Me and my friend Rusty, when we were teenagers, we used to do pickup basketball games like at the school stuff. I got my tire slashed once because like I blocked this guy so many times and I didn't realize like he was like a rough dude. We went up to the school we were playing and like he comes right up the lane and like I just stuffed the guy and he ended up on the ground and like the guy slashed my tires, literally slashed my tires. I went to go get in my car at the end of the night and like my because we were right there at the park, right? You know, at the school. We were there at the school and he was so pissed off at me. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Well, I blocked you. You came right." He's like, "Yeah, but you're supposed to give it to me." I'm like, "Why would I just give it to you? Like, just because you got past one defender, you think that like, oh, is that the only defender on the court?"
You think it's football.
But man, we used to play basketball just nonstop. Me and my friend Rusty, we were two big guys that like everybody would always underestimate us, man. But I tell you what, man, like you know, Shaq, you know,
he was dominating.
Listen, I get it. There's some fast kids. There was one kid today, man, like, you know, very, very fast kid. You know, it's like, man, he got the ball, he was gone. You know what I mean? There's no way you're gonna catch him. You know what I mean? Like he's, you know, spinning, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And good, you know, really talented kid, right? You know, so there's that. But you know, like I know my game too. You know, you just gotta know your game. Play where, you know, play your game the way.
Know your limit, play within it.
You play
but
baseball?
I'll tell you what, man, I've been having such a great time, man, because you know what it makes me realize, like sitting there like talking with these kids and doing stuff like this. It just makes you sit there and go, you know what? All this BS about scooping stuff and who got what and who got what first and I don't like this and I don't like that and Twitter and like I hadn't even seen Twitter in a while and it was just like, this is great. like
it's a wonderful feeling.
It was, man. It was just kind of like nice to just kind of like step back and go like, you know, hey, people are like talking about stuff
outside of the screen.
People in my private chat have probably been wondering where the heck Enosh has been, but I've just been like, you know, like I just haven't had opinions about stuff. People ask me like, what do you think of this? And I'm just like, I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Taking a small break is a good, especially
it
for
is.
your health.
Everybody, listen, everybody, guys, everybody, all of us. It's good sometimes to take a step back, a break. Think about life. Think about what's important, right? Get your thoughts together, get your stuff together, and then come back strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, thank you, Tony. I appreciate the love, Tony. I appreciate that. Look, you know what, man?
Yes, much love to Tony. I hope you're doing okay, Tony. By the way.
Oh,
you know,
Black Star. Oh boy. Black Star here says Enosh probably ranked a lot of trash on the court. I have a feeling Enosh's words to stuffing the basket might be
Disneyed.
Gosh.
We don't talk about high school. No. Oh, no. No, man.
Pop punk in reverse. We don't talk about
it. It's just we had some good times, man. We had some good times in high school. I'll just say that we had some good times in high school. Just doing some fun, crazy stuff.
Dunk.
I couldn't dunk. I could never dunk, but
my idea of a 360 dunk is basically dipping an Oreo cookie in milk and walking all the way around the table.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's about it. All right, so hey, so that's that. In this last hour, let's talk about this. We got to talk about this because it's the big, huge news of the day.
Huge news.
Huge news.
Huge.
Toby Emmerich.
Who
is gone? Well, I mean,
not entirely.
Not entirely. But he
yes and no.
But yes, exactly. He has stepped down from his role in Warner Brothers, the role that he has had, such a controlling, grip on everything. And all I can say to this is, whoops, wrong. Hold on.
All I could say is,
let me put myself back. See, for those of you who don't realize, you have to be in this upper left-hand corner position to be able to just hit the blow-up button. Otherwise, you got to do it separately. So when I'm over here, it didn't work. So I will just say this.
When did I get married?
We told you so. We literally told you. That's not be like, oh, hey, look at us, we scooped it or whatever. We used common sense on this one, guys. We didn't need a scooper. We didn't need anybody behind the scenes. We didn't need anybody telling us anything. We literally just put it together. This is what was going to happen.
Context clues, people. Context clues.
Yeah, this is what happens with mergers and takeovers and companies getting sold. This is what happens, and
the article from last year that say Toby Emmerich is chopping around.
So I'm just telling you, we've talked about this. William, you can come on in now, bro. You don't have to talk about Star Wars now. Don't worry about it.
Come on in, William.
You can talk. You can talk.
Look.
Wait. Hold on. One last thing. Mike Zero got married.
That's
Is that
the
legit?
rumor. That's the rumor.
What? Where's that rumor coming from?
It's been noted that he got married, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, that right there is. I've been saying I need ideas to come up with new Mark Uno videos. But come on. Come on. If Mike Zero got married, Mark Uno might have a love interest or two. I'm just saying. We might see the mini loves of Uno, Brian.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What? Elizabeth was asking, did Mike Zero get married? Because she said, you said the news was big, Enosh. What else could it be? Okay. All right. Yes.
Oh man, I bet had a heart.
I know, Scotty.
Also, I want to say
Scotty bringing us back. Scotty bringing us back around. Even though Scotty loves a good Mark Uno video, says, "I hope he has a very satisfying marriage that is satisfying." Yes.
And I also want to say,
brought to you by Chris Terrio.
Kudos on the name Avatar, because that is a reference to a show that I watched a fair bit as a child, Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. So kudos for that.
What are we talking about?
Elizabeth Lestrade is a reference to a show that I watched as a kid.
Oh, okay. Very, very cool.
It's a cool show. Well, it's fun for me.
But yeah, so Toby Emmerich, he stepped down, and this is a historical day because this is a day that it'll be a day long remembered. It has seen the
They which shall live in infamy.
Yes. Okay. But Dave. Okay. So we're gonna read this. It's the Variety article. I'm gonna go through this real quick. David Zaslav outlines major Warner Brothers film overhaul. Addresses Toby Emmerich exit. Here we go. Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav has finally committed to paper a new strategy for the Warner Brothers Motion Picture Group. All the people saying he's not going there. Toby Emmerich has signed a multi-year deal. He'll be there forever to the end of time. In a Wednesday memo to his staff obtained by Variety, Zaslav told studio employees that he will create 3 distinct film segments around Warner Brothers Pictures, New Line Cinema, Warner Brothers Feature Animation, and DC-based film production. These units will presumably report to Zaslav directly. I love that when it just keeps saying that. Like when these things just, they will presumably report to Zaslav directly. The CEO said the idea was workshopped with the outgoing film group chairman, Toby Emmerich, a veteran executive he called a great leader and a friend to me and to many. See you later, sweet prince. Earlier this morning, official word came that Emmerich will be replaced by former MGM film leaders Michael DeLuca and Pam Abdi. At the end of the summer. Shortly after the memo was circulated, Warner Brothers Discovery sent an official notice calling the structure long range and added that DeLuca and Abdi will oversee operations on all 3 units until clarity comes for Warner Animation and DC Films. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that until clarity comes for Warner Animation and DC Films, both of which have leaders presently in place until clarity comes. What kind of clarity could come for DC, which has a leader presently?
It's called DC Studios, and a new president of the
contract
studio.
negotiations.
Yes. Oh, by the way, I did want to mention before before we get too deep into this, did you know that somebody opened up their DMs to me this week?
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Somebody opened up their DMs back to me again, and so I think it's because we've been promoting him, we've been promoting his show, and I think given that, I think it's about time like we actually check in and see like
what is Andy Signore doing?
What is Andy Signore doing right now?
Thank you, Mumsy.
You're welcome, dear.
Is it too late for some breast milk?
But we did not answer his opening of his DMs. But we noticed that all of a sudden we were told that I was told that Twitter said, hey, guess what? You can communicate now with Andy Signore again. And I was like, well, I was good. Thanks, appreciate it.
What's up, Todd?
Hey, Todd's here. What's up, Todd? It's a party now. Okay, both of which has leaders in place. Emmerich has accepted a production deal on the Warner lot. In his own memo to his team, the 20-plus year company veteran said he'd be rooting for the motion picture group and that he'd see them on the other side. That's interesting. Regarding DeLuca and Abdi, Zaslav said the pair were supremely talented creative leaders with a proven track record of success, and that he looked forward to seeing them take this nearly century-old iconic studio to even greater heights of excellence in film. Zaslav's full memo reads, this morning, Toby Emmerich informed his team of his decision to step down as chairman of Warner Brothers Pictures Group and launch his own production company. I have known Toby for years. He is a great leader and a friend to me and to many, and I am very happy for him. And even more thrilled that he has chosen to remain a part of our Warner Brothers Discovery family through this new production venture. We're also grateful to him for agreeing to stay at the helm of Warner Brothers Pictures Group through a transition period this summer. Over the last few months, Toby and I have been talking about the best structure for Warner Brothers Pictures Group and the idea of creating 3 distinct film segments around Warner Brothers Pictures, New Line Cinema, Warner Brothers Feature Animation, and DC-based film production. I have greatly appreciated his insight and partnership throughout the process and feel confident this is the right strategy for our company going forward. It was during these same discussions that Toby first shared with me his desire to start his own production company. I told him he had my absolute support. He is incredibly talented with a well-deserved reputation throughout the industry as a bold creative visionary. While at the helm of New Line Cinema and then the entire Warner Brothers Pictures Group, He has been a driving force behind a diverse collection of highly successful movies and series, including The Notebook, Elf, Crazy Rich Asians, A Star is Born, and The Batman.
I thought The Batman was a flop.
It is the last one on that list, Anthony. So, yes, I have no doubt he will deliver even more exceptional, one-of-a-kind stories in his new capacity. I look forward to continuing our working relationship for many, many years to come. We have a deep history of world-class production here at Warner Brothers Discovery, and our intent going forward is to tell more of the best stories and to share them with an even bigger audience around the world. Toby and his team will play an important and valued role in this endeavor. We're so glad to have them join us. We can't wait to see what they will create in the months and years ahead. And there's a comment. In other words, enough of prequels, sequels, remakes, and reboots.
Oh my gosh.
That's the only comment that you get. So, so look, this is something that, a lot of people have been hoping for, praying for, wanting for quite a while. And, now it's here, And
Okay, I mean, it's good that he's stepping down and stuff like that. He already done too much damage in the company enough. And him having a production deal like Amy Pascal has with Sony like that, he's basically like Amy Pascal. He's just building his production and just doing movies and stuff like that. So that's good for him. And yeah, so whoever Zaslav burns next, I hope it's better.
Heck yeah. So I want to say, yes, Blue Beetle. I didn't even get to talk about Blue Beetle this week. I got in trouble for Blue Beetle, Cylon. Did you guys know that I got in trouble for Blue Beetle?
How?
I got in trouble because I liked the pictures.
The costume. Yeah.
I liked the costume. But here's the thing. It was funny because I had talked about I did not like the Flash suit. Right.
Yeah. The rub, the
I don't. It just like every time I see it, it just sounds like it looks like it's. Whoa, where did we lost everybody? What the heck is happening there? Bye, Brian.
No, he's still there. It's Brian.
Is he still there? He's not there.
No, Thade's here. Yeah,
Thade's
here. Okay. Brian.
I don't know what just happened there. Okay. We purged a bunch of people. I don't know. But here's the thing. I had said that I did not care for the.
You have the pictures.
Yeah, I got the pictures. Yeah, but I had said that I did not care for the Flash suit, but I did. I did very much so like the Blue Beetle, pictures of that costume. I really did like that. Now the thing is I mentioned something, and this I tweeted it out that I might have mentioned that Blue Beetle was a lower tier character. So my question was how in the world is it that a lower tier character like Blue Beetle gets an amazing costume that looks absolutely fantastic, and where I did not have any desire to see it before, now I actually have a desire to kind of see
I'll tell you what.
Blue Beetle. And I got yelled at for it though. I got reprimanded though, and told that Blue Beetle was not a lower tier character. But yeah, he is. It doesn't mean that he's a bad character. It just means that like he's not the upper echelon
He's
like
a C
Superman,
character.
Batman. Yeah, he's just a C character. Like he's just a lower echelon character. There's nothing wrong with that. I wasn't being rude to Blue Beetle. Okay,
He became popular over the years and with Young Justice, Brave and the Bold, and stuff like that. So like he's a C tier character, and this is the first time we see him in live action. I thought the costume looks amazing. I like the director. I thank God the director cared enough to bring a live action good suit. Unlike, I'm sorry, Andy Machete. I'm sorry. With all due respect, but that costume looked like plastic. Terrible. The Flash costume.
It looks like rubber, man. I hear squeaking sounds in my head when I
Blue Beetle suit. The Blue Beetle suit's very comics accurate.
Yes, New 52.
It looks good. Yeah, but even I say that he's a C tier character. So.
Yeah,
he just became popular over the years.
And there's nothing wrong with that either.
No, there's nothing wrong with saying that. Like, hey, you know what? This character is a good character, but I just
number 10 on the charts, number 1 in our hearts. Like,
I mean, just my issue is like with this is like when you look at like everybody can have their own opinion about it, right? That's fine.
Like it does. It does kind of look like Turbo Man. I can't lie.
Yeah, that Hold on a second. I got the pictures for Blue Beetle too, but no, my thing is only it's not to cut down Blue Beetle. Trust me, in any way. Like that's not my point. My point in this is that just that the Blue Beetle is not the same level as the Flash or the Batman or whatever. And when you look at these two costumes, look at Supergirl and look at his costume.
Supergirl's much better.
Supergirl looks like a fabric, like I don't know why it's got that deep V. I'll be honest with you. I'm just saying the deep V. The deep V is a little sus, but
yeah, they had a little.
They probably fix it post production.
They're gonna fix that's like lines that are part of the. Yeah, they're not gonna fix the.
No, I'm fine. I'm done.
Yeah, the deep V line there. But look, I just feel like they made Flash look like really bulky and like when you look right around here, see how that's like all folded up. Like these costumes, like this fits.
What that looks like to me? What that looks like to me is like if he runs too fast, he's going to melt that costume.
Yeah,
it's rubber.
That's just how I feel about it.
Apparently, the Flash ring made this suit. So how the f the suit
these
came
were the
out
suits
ugly?
that Bruce gave him.
I don't know. No, I don't see that. No. This looks like this is actual Flash costume.
Even the one that he made by himself with the space shuttle tiles, was
better. Look, I love that costume. I have seen that costume up front.
Yeah.
I've up close at the Warner Brothers studio lot, and I'll tell you what, man, I love that costume. Now, we just saw those, but then you look at this, and this like no special lighting. This is like real world, just like outside with like somebody's shooting it with their cell phone or whatever. And dude,
yeah, it looks great.
It looks awesome.
Once they put the VFX on top of that for some of the effects of the suit, that's gonna pop like big time.
Heck yeah, it is.
Because they've got to add more to the. Because if you look at later pictures, you can see the scarab on his back. But if you ever see the character in the comic books, like you get legs out of the scarab, and there's going to be a whole lot of VFX for this costume.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll answer this question here, Enosh. Do you like the Supergirl costume from either 1984 film, 2015 series, or current DC films? So look, 84 film. Look, if you're talking comic accuracy, I love the Christopher Reeve costume, and I love that Supergirl costume that Helen Slater wore. That is straight up out of the comics, man. Like, you ain't going to get a more comic accurate costume than just copying right directly from the comics, right? They didn't change a thing. They didn't try to add to it. They didn't try to take away from it. They just straight up made an actual 1-to-1 version, right? Of that. And so
in the Supergirl show, Enosh, when they're trying to create her costume, her and her sister, there's a joke about the old skirted Supergirl costume.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? I actually, look, at first I didn't like the 2015 Supergirl suit. I'll be honest with you.
Skirt?
Yeah, it was like, I thought it looked weird, but like once the show started, I really liked it. What I didn't like was the pants. I didn't like it once she went to pants.
Oh yeah, that was
I just didn't care.
It's because it was cold in Vancouver. And then she didn't like it.
And look, it's not that women can't wear pants or anything like that, or superhero women can't wear pants. That's not it. It's just that I personally, I like the Supergirl costume that way. And this is a different version of Supergirl. It's fine. So, but William has joined us. William the Wise. I tagged you today in some tweets. And we're not going to get into some. We're not. Oh my gosh, you got his mouth full. We won't get into the subject of some of those tweets. Just other than to say, you echoed to me what I put in there, and that is some of this stuff is common sense. Like it doesn't take a scooper to see it. It doesn't take anybody else to see it. We've literally been having this conversation, haven't we, William, for like the last for months now.
Since the merger was announced, because that was pretty much the sea change. As far as who they were, naming, as far as the two people that were replacing them, I mean, I don't pay no offense to these guys. I don't watch their channel to know enough about them or what they've came up with.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff has been around, but okay, if they got that, I mean, great. But as far as Emmerich going, I mean, it shouldn't be that it was a shock to anybody. It should shock anybody that anybody thought that he was going to be able to stay. It should have shocked. I talked to some really smart people on the screen and all over the place that came up with reasons that this hierarchy was going to stay in place, and none of them made any sense. And then it would bring out, well, look what they've done with Joker, they've done with Aquaman, they've done with this. I'm like, I always said, you can't go 0-14 win your last two games and then expect to be the head coach of the football team next year. You can't suck for 90% of your
Dallas Cowboys.
And then or Detroit Lions. I mean, anybody. I mean, you don't. It's not a Hail Mary type of situation.
Yeah.
And
when you see football team, I thought you were going to say Commanders next.
No, well, they could be next, but you figure it this way: when AT&T purchased Warner Media, it was a $74 billion company. By the time they sold it, it was $43 billion. You're not going to keep the majority of the people that were at the helm during that cliff. Even if you keep them with the company, you're not going to keep them. They've proven themselves. They had a 5-year, audition, and you had a $30 billion depreciation in their product. So, why anybody thought, and like I said, you can rewind all of these things. Why anybody in their right mind thought that these people were going to stay in power is laughable. It's not a shock. It's not. I'm not a wizard or a genius. You just have to have a little bit of common sense there. Why? If you can't answer the question why these guys would maintain their position given the state of the company, why? I mean, I don't understand how this.
Well, and my point too to some of those people is not to hate on. And look, let's be fully transparent here, right? Because like anybody who's on Twitter, they know like this is not a swipe at Mikey Sutton or at Sil Abdul. Like I like those guys. I got no problem with Sil. I got no problem with Mikey. That's not the problem. What I said to them when we were talking about it, first of all, they became aware of a comment that I just made that like I didn't think that like it was like a ooh, hey, we got this right kind of moment. It was like, okay, this is something that like has been in the works for a while. But my point was that a lot of us it's like we got the same answer, right, to a math problem. But what I loved about like the conversations that we've had with William and some others is that like you could see the work to get the answer and not just, well, we got somebody on the inside, or we got a source, or we got, this or whatever. It's like when we talk about William just right there talked about like, this is what happens when a business does this. This is what happens. Right. So it's like you did the math and you showed your work, and that's all I was saying. Like, look, they may have somebody on the inside that told them that, and good for them if they do. Look, good for them if they do. That's not really my point. It's just, I didn't think that this was like I know there's been a lot of people who's told, William told me, nah, it's not going to happen. But William, how many times is this now that, that there's been stuff that's, you've been told, no, William, you don't know what you're talking about. And then, there's big surprise, right? For a lot of people.
And like I said, I'm not splitting the atom. I'm a dummy. I got these two eyes that I've had for quite a while, and I've seen these situations happen over and over again. And once again, the reason why they were able to purchase this company at a $30 billion discount is because of those people that people were trying to argue that should stay around. And no, I don't. I think Walter Hamada will stick around, but just not in that position. Like I said, these guys will. There are places for these people to go. It just wasn't in their current position. It didn't work. They need someone that can take a look at this entire DC IP from paper all the way up to motion and make a connection with it, and make a connection with every level of it and every generation of it. Here's the one thing that you can't really compare with Marvel. This is something that whoever is running DC will have to do that Marvel will never have to do, and that is be able to apply this connection to several generations. Marvel has never had to do that. DC not only has that task, but they have that advantage. And so whoever they pick has to be able to do that, because the last crew couldn't find their own toes.
You know, she see the stuff in the behind.
Yep, I just answered you. Yep, I just answered you. So, yeah. So I mean, and then there's this, right? So Emmerich is
The Todd
gone.
Phillip
Emmerich
thing,
is gone. Yeah, and then we got this that was shared following the success of the
You can
Joker.
click the link. Yeah.
Yeah, following the success of the Joker, David Zaslav has asked Todd Phillips to do more in the DC universe and potentially act as an advisor.
There's more.
So let's see. I was trying to see if I could just open it in this one. So, but no, it's going to open it in a new one. I'm just going to have to reshare. So there you go.
I love Todd Phillip. He's a talented director.
Okay, so where is it?
Well, they're looking for that, Jay. When it comes to Hamada, again, I'm just reading in between the lines my take on it from the legal crap I had to look at. Again, Whedon is not working. A lot of stuff was told to Emmerich, and he's like trying to sound like a company towing guy right now. There's a lot of stuff that went on that we will not know about, but Hamada was also in that mess. I don't know how much Hamada has groveled to keep his job. And again, I don't know the result of that. But Hamada is not safe. None of these guys are safe. That left all that money on the table.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing not to be profitable, but they left money on the table with Zack Snyder's Justice League. I mean, come on, look at all the stuff we're buying. I have 2 copies of the DVD and other things.
I got like 3 copies of it.
Yeah. So
I got the box set. Somebody got me the 4K. I got the DVD and HBarts got me the 4K before it even came out here in the United States. Got it from me from overseas.
Yeah, I mean,
we gave a copy away.
Yeah, it's a movie that could have made money on its own. We as consumers, all that money that WB gave up in merchandising, that's stupid. And Hamada was a part of that. He's the last one left. He is not safe. He is probably shaking in his pants, with any luck. But again, if he stays, he won't be in the same capacity that he was before. He still owes Ray Fisher an apology. If Zaslav can wiggle that out, I'd be very appreciative. But Hamada's not safe. And if he does keep his job, trust me, plenty of groveling going on. And yes, HR spoke to Hamada too, especially since he was at that Amber Heard trial. They had to talk to him to make sure he didn't blurt out anything from the Justice League fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on it. And, come after me if you don't believe me.
So here's another thing. We haven't talked about this since I've been back. And I don't know what to extent anybody else has talked about this.
What?
The J.J. Abrams aspect of this.
Oh, that shit is fucked.
Yeah.
That Warner Brothers is not. How many times have we talked about it? How many times have I said this? Like, no. JJ's getting his stuff. JJ, they paid $200 million. JJ's getting his stuff. You don't know what you're talking about. No. And it comes out that they are frustrated. And I literally said I have said it for months, but I said it again the week before this came out. I said, if I'm Warner Brothers, I am frustrated. I am upset of the fact that there's nothing, unless there's some major thing happening behind the scenes, right? That we didn't know about. There's nothing from JJ. $200 million to make stuff and nothing. Yet you got somebody like Zach who gets a deal with Netflix and immediately is starts pumping stuff out, man. Like Rebel Moon, here C-Jams says, I'm so ready for Rebel Moon trailer. I bet it's going to be epic as usual from Zach. Warner Brothers Discovery is going to be beginning new success with Netflix. So but immediately he's working on Army of the Dead. He's working on a cartoon. He's working on the prequel. He's working on all this stuff. JJ's been sitting around for how many years now on this deal? 2, 3?
Well, that's
3 years.
3 years and nothing. Not a movie. And he's got a TV show that according to this right here says that is on the bubble. That main right here is a story. It was in Hollywood Reporter. What was that? What is it called? Demimonde is on the bubble.
Yeah, I can't pronounce that.
Is that what it's called? Demimonde?
Demimonde.
But look at this. I mean, this is the Hollywood Reporter. This isn't Bad Robot or Big Freaking Robot or whatever it is. This isn't any of that nonsense. This is Hollywood Reporter saying the lack of output on the studio's $250 million overall deal with Bad Robot is, as sources say, WBD CEO David Zaslav is putting all of the company's packs under the microscope. All of them, right? And it says sources tell the Hollywood Reporter that the budget for HBO's Demonde, which has been in the works since 2018, that the show alone is eyeing to spend north of $200 million.
Oh, Zaslav doesn't like that. That's not happening. Nope, that's not happening.
Not for something that doesn't have a brand name. If it were
Game of Thrones. It says the Game of Thrones prequel House of the Dragon is less than $200 million. And he's already got $250 million. He's wanting another $200 million, and he hasn't. He hasn't. Here's where it says Zaslav's. Let's see right here. Bad Robot's rich overall deal with Warner Bros. Discovery is currently not in jeopardy, though. It's not in jeopardy yet. Though the lack of output has created a larger discussion about what the newly merged company expects to stem from the pact. Zaslav's sources say was frustrated with the lack of delivery from the deal that was signed back in September 2019 after Abrams and Bad Robot met with suitors, including Apple, as they shopped for a rich new pact. Abrams has multiple projects in the works under the company-wide deal. Demi Moore joining an adult animated Batman series that reunites Abrams with his Felicity collaborator and friend Matt Reeves, who's behind the Batman feature film. Abrams and Bad Robot are also working on originals, including HBO Max's Subject to Change. Both of those dramas are based on original ideas from Abrams to have formal series orders. Abrams is directing the pilot for Demi Moore, which has already changed showrunners. Other projects include a U2 scripted series, that the studio is producing for Netflix, Apple's Presumed Innocent, and crime drama Duster for HBO Max. As a production company, Abrams runs with partner and wife Katie McGrath, is also behind HBO Max DC Comics-based Justice League Dark franchise, which features shows including Constantine and Madam X.
That ain't happening.
There's a lot of talk here. It says sources say the DC Comics properties also have come under the spotlight. Sources suggest there is some frustration within the halls of Warner Brothers Discovery that Abrams has laid a claim to a number of DC characters, but has yet to get anything on the air. Sources note Warner's has seen scripts for Constantine and the pilot for Madam X.
Sad. That is sad. Damn,
yeah,
JJ.
It is.
At this point, JJ has 2 years left on his contract. Just let the contract run out.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get paid.
Let it
And to
run
be
out.
honest, just so you know, folks, Emmerich, forming his own production company, is probably going to get the same type of development deal. Just so you know.
Yeah,
But
they
at
get
least he won't be
they
the
get
head of
money.
anything.
They get money to sit, basically.
That's the thing about
But
development
that's not
deals.
J.J. Abrams' fault, though. To be honest with you, it may sound like it's fault, but if I sign you to a deal like this and I don't hold your feet to the fire after I've paid you that kind of money, then another reason why these guys are out. Not even on their way out anymore.
Yeah,
out.
well, again, another sign of their incompetence and their overwhelming sense of greed that goes the wrong direction. They thought JJ was going to produce something really great for them, and goose egg to this very day. And I don't see any hope of JJ producing anything
Where's
really
Justice
good.
League Dark?
Well, there's talks about it, but where is it?
It should
Where?
disappear. Let it
But
disappear.
Anthony, this is something that this is pitched under the old regime. So again,
I'll tell you where it went.
Zaslav's gonna
Here's
look
where
at
all that money. Here's where all that money went.
It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take what's ours.
At least that money was going. At least The Rock has name values. Some of the stuff that J.J. Abrams is bringing.
You should have played anything for the Star Wars haters.
I mean, the Black Adam trailer dropped next week, June 7th. I swear to God, if I see The Rock over playing the same character every fucking movie, I'm not seeing it.
You know what? That's where he makes his money, though. Nobody's asking anything else of him.
I will see it, but like,
if I see him playing anything less than The Rock, then I'm going to be like, okay, well, wait a minute. But you're paying for The Rock. That is what you're paying. You're getting as advertised. If he comes out as The Rock,
so we paying for trash.
That's what you're paying.
His movies make money.
You have the option
not
not
that
to
much
see.
money. Not that much money.
He has a proven track record.
Yeah.
Not
He will make
that
an X amount of money for you. That's why he's there.
I would be shocked if Black Adam makes $700 million. I'd be
If
shocked.
Black Adam makes $700 million, that's somebody's getting promoted.
Yeah.
Somebody. That's not.
I'll
It's
be
not a $700
shocked.
million. He's a $700 million name, but you got to realize that Shazam, Black Adam, these aren't top tier characters. So
He may not.
up against that.
The Rock, Dwayne Johnson is not the greatest of actors and does play himself, but the thing is, he is a proven literally a rock solid businessman. He knows how to sell himself. He's made the deals. You know, doesn't have that $7 in his pocket anymore. $7 Productions is his. That's how broke he was when he decided to do all this.
$2 production.
Hey, I'll take The Rock's $2 if anybody else.
I'll take any leftovers he doesn't want.
$2 production. Are we talking about that Gotham Knights trailer?
Oh, you know.
Speaking of things that need to have the plug.
Why
Don't get me started on that.
Why does that exist?
Previous management.
Old regime.
Dude, they canceled Legends of Tomorrow, which I actually enjoyed for that Riverdale clone.
Nobody asked for that, man. Like nobody.
That's the motto of the previous regime. Nobody asked for it. You could literally. That is their preamble.
Yeah.
That's if the old regime sold T-shirts, nobody asked for so and so would be on them. That would be a trademark logo.
Yeah, because this group said yes to this. None.
Had we had this regime in place 2 years ago, there's a lot of stuff that's on its way out that wouldn't have even existed. Unfortunately, like I said, whatever merit you think about Blue Beetle, if Zaslav had been in that corner office 2 years ago, we're not talking about Blue Beetle. We're talking about Superman. We're talking about Batman. We're talking about the main tier ones, and then we talked about those other ones. We're not talking about Gotham Knights. We're not talking about canceled things like Gleek the Monkey and his twin. Come on. Somebody should have been backhanded for that one. We're not talking about any of that. But unfortunately, it's like an STD. You know, there's some leftover effects even once you cure it.
Whoa.
And that's what the old regime is, man. Because we're going to get stuff that now he has to deal with.
Are you going to school us in what it's like to have an STD now, or
not? Never had one, but nice try. But no, still, this guy's coming in. Think of how much time David Zaslav has to expend and waste on things that should not even exist. That he's either got to rearrange, pull the plug on, or reimagine. That's really not something you want to do in your first 90 days as CEO. But because these guys greenlit a bunch of garbage, spent the last year greenlighting, stuff that should not exist. He now has to come in, and it looks kind of bad because it looks like he's coming in with a hatchet, and he is, but it doesn't. It looks kind of abrupt because he's hacking things that should not have ever happened.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, they had no place to be there.
Your show's not happening. So
Green Lantern's going to happen, just not in the previous regime's eyes. It's going to be something that happens under this regime's. I don't think, like I said, a lot of the stuff is the road to the Flash is going to be a lot different than it would have been under Emmerich.
The road to the Flash?
Yeah, because that's pretty much what they're building up to.
Stop.
It's a joke.
Stop.
Relax. It's a joke.
Stop. Well, look, I think, I'm still holding out that the Flash is going to be good. I think that the Flash in a year's time, I think people are gonna look a lot differently at things than they're looking at them right now.
Yeah, the Flash hasn't done reshoots.
Current example, Top Gun Maverick. We waited 3 years to see this. Oh, it must suck if we're going to wait this long. Well, just using it for now, William.
Made
But
300 million.
How many of us in this room, in this chat, have said, "Oh God, Top Gun must suck if they haven't released it yet"? All during the pandemic. But Tom Cruise said, "No, wait." And again, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. I love Top Gun. I love Maverick. I want to go try to see it again.
I haven't seen it
yet.
One of the few movies that if you have to see something in IMAX, this movie's it. I'm not an IMAX fan, but this movie you really need to go see in IMAX.
William, I told you it was real.
Fourth 1,000 here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Fourth 1,000. You rock. Says I looked up an old article. JJ signed a $500 million deal with Warner Brothers.
650.
I mean,
but he's
everything.
done stuff though. So.
What's that?
But
he's actually produced some stuff, so I don't think he's still on the hook for $500 million of it.
No, the deal that he signed in 2019 though was a $250 million.
250.
It's the potential to earn $50 million or more, pending if they pick up whatever JJ develops.
Yeah,
but it's not always there. But trust me, JJ will not be hurting for money.
Yeah,
but
we're not going to have to clip coupons.
But yeah, getting back to the Maverick reference, we waited technically 3 years to see that. Try to have some hope for the Flash in the same regard.
Well, here's the thing. Let's not even leave it up in the air. Right now, we have what's that? We have Shazam. We have Black Adam. Those are the two big DC ones that we have. The tentpole ones that could potentially be lead ups. What they need to do in between now and the Flash is establish what universe that each of these are going to exist in. Once they do that, then they can connect them where they want to, because you don't have to necessarily have a Black Adam and Shazam universe that is aligned with the normal DCU, but they can intersect where they needed to. But they need to make sure Earth 1, Earth 2, you could put a Superman in Black Adam's world, and it could be Earth 1 Superman. Because remember, with the Justice Society, that Superman is much older than the contemporary one before they retconned in Crisis. You could do a lot of different things, and you could encompass. There's a lot you could do. Don't wait for the Flash to come out and have that be the home run. Be building these little things up in the year that you have. They have the opportunity to do that.
But how about instead we make Gotham Knights?
Yeah, that's stupid. But I can't blame that on Zaslav.
Old regime.
I can't blame Blue Beetle. I can't blame Batgirl. I can't blame that on the new regime.
Yeah, because to be honest, it's
those
going
are
to be
disorganized decisions.
Yeah, it's going to be about 2 years before we flush out all the old regime's decisions and
now,
things that have been made under their name.
What they can do is they have the power to bury these things if they don't want them in the forefront. Yeah, they've spent money on them, but guess what? If they don't want that certain stories pulling the train, then they can bury them. If they can bury Blue Beetle if they don't want that to be the forefront. It's out there. It's on HBO Max or whatever. They have the identity. They have the prerogative to push what they want to. Just like the previous regime buried Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's out there. It's made, but it's not. It wasn't on the top of their brains for all this time. So it's going to be up to them to decide what they want to be the face of it. Even all this other stuff is made. That stuff doesn't have to be referred to.
Yeah.
It's water under the bridge.
Nobody asked for Michael Keaton, but just okay, bro. First of all, they asked Michael Keaton to come back. He agrees on it. He's been waiting to play Batman since he dropped out for Batman Forever. So people want to see Keaton back.
Yeah, people want to see Keaton back. Look, this notion that's out there where people are tweeting about this and like saying nobody wants to see Michael Keaton back. Nobody likes Michael Keaton's Batman. Michael Keaton isn't anybody's favorite Batman.
Bullshit.
Bull. Look, Ben Affleck is now my favorite Batman, but my second favorite Batman by far is Michael Keaton. Okay, you look. I get it. Y'all think that you discovered, Batman because you're, 20 years old, right? But here's the deal. Those of us who lived back in 1989, we remember the hysteria over Batman that has never repeated. The Dark Knight didn't have the hysteria over it that the Batman or that Batman the movie had. Nothing has had that. Definitely not the Batman. Like where it was like. Everybody had to have Batman stuff. Batman stuff was everywhere. Batman t-shirts, Batman lunch pails, Batman toys, Batman underwear, Batman clothes, Batman just surfwear, Batman, roller skates. By the way, Tiffany just bought me a pair of Superman Adidas. And I can't wait to get them.
Is this on by
It's a Father's Day gift, and I cannot wait to get these Superman. I am going to have Superman shoes. But hey, like I said, 89 Batman was all over the place, man. You cannot negate that. You know, but people act like it just didn't exist. You know, look, I'm going to enjoy it for nostalgia, you know, and it's going to be what it is. You know, I mean, I'm sure William will hate it for the same reason.
You know, Enosh, it bugs me when people say that nobody asked for things. You know, like,
yeah,
whatever, man.
Like because we didn't ask for it, that's an immediate like it shouldn't exist.
Exactly,
right?
and
I'm
that's
sorry,
what
nobody asked for Star Wars back in 1977. Nobody asked for Star Wars. Everybody fought George Lucas for Star Wars. Like they didn't want George Lucas to do Star Wars.
Even more. Nobody wanted Star Trek. Remember,
No.
CBS said it was too cerebral. They canceled it. Then they brought it back because of Lucille Ball. They brought it back. Or NBC, sorry, NBC.
The thing about it's not wanting Michael Keaton. It's the fact that once again, I explained this before. All these things that are coming up have darts thrown at them because it is the perceived notion of settling. We're getting these things because we didn't get the A game that they started with. So whether you want them back or not, all these projects have validity, could be great things, but they're always going to have targets on them because everything that we've dealt with DC for the last 7 or 8 years has been settling for something else because we couldn't get the A product that they pushed forward. The plug was pulled on the A product and you got something else. Everything we've gotten for the last 7 years is because of something else that was supposed to happen, did not. Eventually, fans just get turned off. Regardless, I was in the theaters on June 13th, 1989. All right, and I think this was a bad move, not because it won't necessarily work, but because it's settling again. The whole reason why we have all these other Batman stories is because they pulled the plug on the original one. Same thing, not having Superman on a proper movie for almost 5 years. We're doing with Supergirl, Super Pets, Super everything else, but the A product that you were introduced to. Eventually, your customer gets tired of settling, regardless to what it is. All right, it gets to the point where it's almost hypnotic, to where everything that you bring forth is going to get kicked to the curve, not because it's not a valid product or valuable, it's because you have trained your customer to basically say screw you because they're settling. Everything settling. Blue Beetle. Why are we getting Blue? We're getting all these things, but we haven't gotten.
Hey, watch it. Blue Beetle is an A tier character.
Okay, but even the great stuff we get. Okay, Pattinson Batman, right? We got Pattinson Batman. Why? Because we had to settle. That's what we settled for. Because he's
the greatest Batman. Because he's the greatest Batman that's ever lived.
Okay.
No. Listen.
So you have that is why people have a slant. Have a side eye towards these projects because it's settling. Your customer will only settle for so long before he moves on, or just doesn't care. That's what I hope. I hope that Zaslav understands and looks at all these bottom feeding things that they had all these plans for, and basically does like what you do in your bird cage. Your bird craps it over everything. You take that newspaper out, put something else in, right? And he really needs to zero in. I want to hear about the main players from here on out. All right. I want to hear about Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman. That's what I want to hear about. That is the expectation. When people say, well, nobody asked for it, yeah, that matters. You know why? Because when Star Wars came out in 1977, Star Wars didn't have an expectation. Star Wars didn't have decades and decades upon expectation. It was a surprise. All right. DC, if you're going to take executive money as a DC anything, you need to understand that expectation is there. The expectation is Batman. The expectation is Superman. The expectation is Green Lantern. You want to go with the B's and the C's? That's great. You meet your expectations first. Then people will give you the time of day for the C characters and the D characters. But if you start with them first, people are going to be like, "Oh, here we go. We're settling again. What else can I turn it to? What other Marvel movies going on?" That's what they have to get out of. Stop settling.
I agree with you, man. I absolutely agree with you. We've got to get to a place where we know we're getting quality, right, and that we're getting it on a regular basis. And I think Zaslav is going to do that, man. I really do. I think not that he's the White Knight, because like everybody's like, oh well, you guys thought this guy was going to do it. You guys thought this was going to do it. I just think Zaslav really appears to have a good head on his shoulders. He knows where he wants to go with this. He knows what he wants to do with Warner Brothers as a whole, which I think people don't talk enough about. That like it's Warner Brothers as a whole. It's not just DC. Like everybody's focusing on DC because we're in that space and we like the comic book stuff and everything like that. But it's not just DC. He's got a whole company to run that he's talking about splitting up into 3 different things. The picture group, the animation, and the DC stuff. But he seems to have a really good handle on what he wants to do, where he wants to go, and how he's going to get there. And so I'm hoping. Hoping for that. That's what he does. I think that's all we can do right now.
Yeah, he's still cleaning house.
So I'm going to give you guys an option. William, if you want to, if you got some more in you and you got some more stuff to say about this, I am more than happy to turn the show over to you. If you guys want to continue the conversation, I'm more than happy to give you guys the show because I got to go to bed. I got to get a couple hours of sleep.
It's up to you guys. I can go for another hour or two. It's up to you.
I'm actually going to bow out, guys. I've got to go do something before I get rest for work too. So,
all right. Well, if anybody wants to stay or whatever, you want to answer the chat or whatever, there's still 61 people here. Please, if you have not hit that like button, please hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. All right, and join our growing group of nerds. I'm glad to say that we've had a bump in people lately, and so I'm very, very thankful for that.
Everybody.
Heck yeah.
For all that are departing.
All right, so
have a good night.
Good night. Good night, buddy. Good night. All right, man. Good night, TW. Love you, man.
Good night, boss man. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Thade.
All right,
We'll see you, buddy.
later.
We'll see you. All right. Well, I am more than happy. I'll watch Blue Beetle when DC gets her out of their C-list characters in 2027.
That's around when they should be.
Have you guys seen? I agree. Have you guys seen the memes of like there's all kinds of Marvel memes right now that talk about how fans in like 2062 it shows them all sweating and stuff like that. It's like a cartoon. It shows them sweating like when they realize they have to watch like 568 movies to get caught up on the whole entire MCU, and it's funny.
Oh dear God!
And like 126 series, and
I'd enjoy every moment of it, Enoch. I'd enjoy every moment of it.
1,500 movies and stuff. Well, because it's going to be around for like 50 years, said, RJ, so, 60 years.
Dude, you never know, man. He's back. He's out there. Kevin Feige's out there planning for the next decade. So
I know. Yeah, right. So, at least another 10 years, right?
If he's still with Disney by then, he may want a bigger challenge.
That's true. He's still supposed to be doing that Star Wars film. And so,
Yeah, but that's still within Disney, though. I mean,
yeah, it's still within Disney. I'm just saying, like, he's still talking about the Disney film. Yeah,
and it was him saying he's working on the next 10 years. It's not like it was somebody else saying Kevin's working on the next 10 years.
Yep. I could see him saying the next 10 years and being gone the next year. People say that kind of stuff all the time. Things change. You can never hold people a prisoner of the moment when they say these things. When another situation 3 months down the line can come along. I've heard coaches say, you know what, this is where I want to be for the rest of my life. And situation literally before the end of the season happens and they're gone. People are going to take the best opportunity that's in front of them at the best time. It happens in every walk of life. I can say I'm at the job I have right now. You know what, things are going great. I can see me here in 10 years. If Enosh were to come in tomorrow and offer me double what I'm making today, I'm gone. That's it. I don't care what I said the time before. I don't care if you have it in print in an interview. In Variety saying, hey, what you said you were going to be here until 2030. So what? I got more money.
So send in your super chats now so that I can pay William double what he's making now. This is the last thing. I'll just comment on this, and then I'll turn this things over to you, and you guys can take it for another however long you want to take. I just want to comment on it. Johnny Depp celebrates trial win over Amber Heard. Truth never perishes. Yes. Okay. So I know all the people are like, yay, Johnny Depp won. But here's the thing.
Hashtag Joe was wrong.
Well, you know what? They look, he won more money. Okay? But she won her part too. It just proved what I've been saying this whole time. They both treated each other horribly.
Oh yeah, that was a train wreck of a marriage.
I'm so happy this.
Hashtag Enosh was right. I'll take credit for that one.
I will say that like the best thing to come out of that trial is the fact that people are now looking at the fact that men can be just as abused as women.
Sure.
That's about the best thing that came out of that. I always knew that they were going to come out and he was going to win, but it was going to be a mercurial win, you know?
Sure. But I mean, in theory, it's funny because she won $2 million and he won $15 million, and I was watching. I think it was CBS, and the lady in the studio is saying, because they got the people at the courtroom that have to sound like they're smart, and it was cracking me up because she's like, so let's just do the math. She goes, so what this means is basically right that like he won 15 million, she won 2 million, so essentially he won 13 million, right? And he's like, well, kind of, depending upon how you look at it. Like, he won 15 million. And, like, the guy went on this spiel for, like, about 3 minutes that made no sense, where it's like, yeah. He won 15 million, she won 2 million, so basically he won 13 million. There you go. Like, a couple million of that is, like, going to go back, forth, whatever you're going to do. Although, there's a guy on TikTok that him and his buddies, they learned a way to scam the system. They literally started, they started suing each other on court TV shows. Because when you win on court TV shows, like the TV show pays you, they pay that. Like if you win $2,000 from somebody on a small claims court thing on the people's court or whatever, it's not the people who are there that have to pay that. So it doesn't even matter if you win or lose on the show. It's just like because the show pays for it. So they started suing each other just to like make some money and like have a couple of days in New York. So, like, I think I need to find something on William or Thade or whatever and just be like, I'm taking you to court. I'm taking you to Judge Mathis.
Dude, we need to do the round robin, guys. Come on.
I'm just telling you. Well, and they did it like they seriously, they did it on like 2 or 3 different shows, man. And it's like, it's hilarious because then he posts like videos of him on the show and it's just like, what the heck, man? How do you even do that? That's just hilarious. But no, like I said, they, I agree with you, Thade. There's some good that can come out of it, hopefully. But in the long run, I just feel like we're all just a little dumber for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like at the end of the day, like it's not like everybody's made such a big deal about this, and like all these people coming out, and I get it. They love. Look, if they really love Johnny Depp that much and they really feel that he was right, I guess. But in the end, we just now I will ask this question: What do you think? William? Like, the chances, like her playing Mira, man. Like, is this going to affect that? I mean, do you cut her out of the film now that they have this such negative press? Like, I've been of the mind that like, no, they're not going to.
She's in less than 10 minutes of the film anyway.
Her contract.
Well, that's what's being rumored, right? Like, is that like?
No, they straight up said that at the trial. They straight up said that at the trial. Yeah, she's in less than 10 minutes of the movie.
And her contract is up.
Listen, I go business as usual. I listen. Jason Momoa is
at the risk though of people not going to see the movie. Like, you may actually pick people up if Warner Brothers actually took a stand on that and said, okay, like, we're going to cut her out, and they told people that, like, they may actually pick up people who would just go see the movie like as a protest to be able to say yes, like, we're going to support this movie because of that.
I don't think it would be in any significant number to set that kind of horrible precedent. That would be an unprofessional precedent. You box yourself into that situation going forward. You hired these people for their acting ability, and that's it. And you, at some point, you have to call their bluff. You're either going to go see the movie or not. But you do this in next week and next month, it'll be some other actors, some other personal situation that has nothing to do with their acting ability, and you'll be trapped into this situation over and over again. So no. I would go on with either of them as business as usual. If you're the right person for the part, then I'm going to hire you. If you're, that's it.
Okay, so, something that Elsa says in the chat. I do think she's already going to feel that. there's already people that don't want to work with her now.
Yeah, she wasn't a successful actress before this. Mira would have been a big shot in her arm career-wise, but what she did at this trial just did her in and by her own hand. You know.
Oh, by the way, Johnny Depp. Listen, there are people that aren't going to hire Johnny Depp because he's had a history of a lot of other stuff that has nothing to do with this trial. A lot of the reason why his career is taking a nosedive is his own situation. He's got situations even before this that he was hard to work with. So I mean,
does she even have $13 million?
She don't.
From the money that she got from Johnny originally, which she never gave to charity.
The judgment's never going to get paid. The judgment
on either side, really.
Yeah,
right.
It was symbolic, but yeah, she's supposed to have gotten $100 million from Johnny from the divorce settlement, and she was going to give it all to charity and all this and that. But from what reports are, she never did. But she has that money, from my understanding.
Well, another good thing that came out of this trial too is, look, we've always known Johnny Depp was a train wreck. Okay, he's lived his life a train wreck. It was just brought to light that Amber also is a train wreck. You know,
that's really all that happened.
Yeah, it's really all that happened. We realized that she's a gold digging, abusive train wreck. But how is that different than a lot of people in Hollywood? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, and that's the point, right? Like it sucks to say, like, nobody wants to hear that, but
Yeah.
But to not go see a movie because of that, I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm gonna
people are full of talk. Like, you know what? Yeah. If anything being gone these last couple of weeks, like I said, and dealing with like just real life stuff and like being involved with some positive stuff and having some fun and everything, it just told me like y'all are taking this movie crap way too seriously. Y'all are like way too personally invested in like who the F is in a movie. Okay? Y'all are way too personally invested in like what did this person do in their personal life. Oh, they're a bad person because I saw something on TMZ. Oh, they're a bad person because I heard this or that or whatever. When literally, like, this stuff happens in homes every day, and you don't hate the people, that do this stuff because you just don't know it's happening. Yes, they're celebrities and they're out there or whatever, but you guys there's just people who are just way too invested.
Another thing that gets to me too is people sitting there and talking about because they're public figures, they should be held accountable to all of us. No, they're human beings. No. They don't owe you shit.
They're not elected officials.
They're not elected officials. They're public figures, yes, but that would be like people saying, well, because we're YouTubers, we owe them an explanation for who we are.
Exactly. Dude, they do that. No,
I know they do.
They do that. They do that.
They're
crap.
doing it to, dude. They're doing it to me right now.
I don't owe anybody explanations for anything. Today, I had a friend, somebody that I consider a friend, calling me out on YouTube or on Twitter, trying to say that I just need to agree basically with their stance that like this person got this right, about different things about scoops and stuff like that. And I was like, look, man, like at the end of the day, I was just like, look, I just made a statement about how I felt about it. That I just didn't feel that I agree, that I just don't feel like I believe that like all these people have all these sources and all these things that are out there. It's nothing personal against those people. I don't have beef with Mikey Sutton or Syl or any other scooper that's out there. I don't have beef with them. I don't hate them. I wish them the best. I hope that they do actually have some scoop, some sources or whatever, especially if they're saying that they do. I really hope that they do, right? But at the end of the day, like, I don't have to agree with your assumption that, like, oh, they're absolutely right, right? And I don't agree that they're right 100% of the time, or that everything seems on the up and up. And I feel like some things are kind of like skirted under you take out the broom and put it under the refrigerator a little bit because
Twitter stuff that I got into over the last couple of days. I had people coming at me with horrible stuff, and I've had people that I've been on panels with like what they said to me, like the bad stuff they said to me. I'm like, dude, I've been on panels with you. What the hell, man? Like, I've had people calling me out too on this whole YouTube thing. But like I said, though, I mean, we're not in the same level as those celebrities in Hollywood, but like calling anybody out and telling any human in the planet that they owe you something is bullshit.
Yeah. They don't. Unless, like William said, they're an elected official, unless like they have a job to do, whatever. I'm sorry, but celebrities or minor celebrities, major celebrities, YouTubers, social, what do they call them? Like influencers or social, whatever. They don't owe you an explanation for everything. You don't have a right to necessarily know everything that's gone on with private situations or whatever. I mean, like.
And remember, we were hearing that same shit with the Ezra thing. People talking about Ezra owed them something, and even people in our own spirit, Enoch, and you have to admit it. Even people we work with that said, "Oh, they owe us something." No, they don't.
They don't owe you. They don't owe us a thing, and that's. And look, there's more to come on that. I'm sure that like people, they're never gonna stop on that stuff. But the reality is that. Listen, again, I say you got to have all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait until you have all the information. We still have not heard Ezra's side of the story. So nope. What happens? What happens? Everybody talks such a big talk and everything because they think it's the right thing to do. Everybody's a warrior for justice, but you can't choose sides without knowing both sides.
Well, exactly. it's the same thing as when you watch one episode of a TV show, and because you don't get every answer in the first episode, you're gonna whine and complain. There's more episodes of said TV show. Wait until it all accumulates.
Yeah, let's
wait until you get the whole story.
6. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah. Yeah, why would we do that though? Why would we do that? Because I can tell what I like right off the bat, Thade.
And then
I can tell where they're going with it right off the bat, and it's not what I used to play with my toys at.
Oh, good God. Yeah, okay, so your headcanon is not what's going on with the show.
Thank you, Thade. Thank you. And that's my biggest problem, man, with fandom nowadays. Is like it's all about your own headcanon, like what you perceived, and people are going off their nostalgia for stuff instead of like what actually is in the lore, Well,
that's the thing,
that's been a problem.
And again, that goes back to people saying, "Oh, well, they did this and they ruined my childhood." If you let something like that ruin your childhood, you're weak.
Yeah.
You're weak.
My childhood was my childhood, man. Like, you know what? Nobody can go back and ruin it for me. Like, you can change a character. Like, you can do whatever to a character you want to do. Like, all it's going to do is affect me going forward, whether or not I watch or ingest your content, right? Whether it be a comic book, whether it be a movie, whether it be a TV show, whatever it is. That's all you're going to do.
When did it become horrible to be a consumer? I had that thrown at me several times over the last couple of days. Oh, you're just a consumer.
Yeah, you're just a consumer. Yeah,
you're just a consumer.
Yeah.
And so is everybody in the United States.
Well, that's thing.
You're not a creative.
Well, okay.
What's going on?
Well, you know what I realized. Like, so the sad part of this is like, and I don't know who did that to you, Ezra, but Ezra, Thade. I don't know who did that to you.
I'm pleased.
I don't know who did that to you, Thade. But you know what I find is okay. A lot of people, there's a lot of people who watch a show and comment that we don't realize, and this is something I've learned now teaching middle school. They're middle schoolers. They're literally middle schoolers or high schoolers, like who don't understand how the real world works, but yet they're smart enough to be able to get behind a keyboard on the internet, and they will fight you on it, and they will try to hold you to something that they don't even understand, right? And then some of them are a little bit older. And they just haven't grown out of that, right? Because they still don't have like real world experience because maybe they haven't had the opportunity, whatever. But the thing is also a lot of people just don't listen. So I'm just going to give you an example. This morning I was teaching a class, a science class, and we watched this CNN video at the beginning of class. And it had a whole segment, like it has these different things, they're like, news for kids, right? And but hey, look, it's serious. It's not like when I was a kid, where we had kids news, right? No, this is like all adults. It's CNN, whatever. But they had a whole thing on China and how China is literally shutting down the country, basically, right now. And they're worried about their economy because nobody's like really going any place. They're shutting down the public squares. They're shutting down the shopping centers and all these things. They're shutting all this stuff down. And they had literally people in hazmat suits with spray guns spraying the street with disinfectant to try to get rid of COVID.
Yep.
You have to have a smartphone to be able to scan a QR code because you have to get daily tested for COVID. And the only way that you can go, like the reporter showed that like the only way she could get into Walmart was to scan the QR code, and the government controls whether or not you can go into Walmart or not. Right? It talked about food shortages in some parts of the country and like plenty in other parts of the country. And then the problem is though, is they're using this to literally track every citizen where they go at all times because they have to check in with this system. You're forced to check in with this system that if you leave your house, this is where I'm at, this is where I'm at, and the government is using it as a way to track people. So I guess the overall concern is the people don't feel that it's going to go away when the threat of COVID goes away.
Hi, Rel.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So that's the concern right now going on in China is that they're
Thank
not
God we don't have that.
they're not sure. Well, and
Exactly.
see, so you know, Anthony, you know, you're a black man and you just said that, right? So the thing is I made the statement. I was not talking about the other systemic issues that we have in the United States, but I actually asked the students. I said, hey, I would love your opinion. And I wanted feedback from them, and some gave it, but I asked, I would love your opinion. I did not tell them what to think. I asked for their opinion, and I said, what do you think the difference is between the country that we live in and something like China, which we just watched, right? Where there are these kind of things going on. And there were some kids who had some answers and stuff like that. And I said, one of the things about living in the United States, I said, even with all of the issues that we have and the things that we still have to work on to make it better, there are still things like this that we can say that we can be thankful that we live in the United States, because there are other countries that these kind of things are much worse and more prevalent. And I talked about freedoms and how, like, even though we just went through COVID and everything like that, there's a lot of people who scream, I'll lose my freedom and stuff. But the reality is we didn't, we just had to make some changes for the time being. And, and we're trying to get back to a normalcy, right? Well, I had one girl in the class who was a black girl. She's young, right? This was like a 7th grade, class, whatever. And she was, I could tell she was physically angry at me. Like, and I didn't know why. Like when I took attendance, she would not answer me. She turned away from me. I had to play another video, and I needed everybody to pay attention, and like she put in her earbuds and would not even answer me.
Wow.
Right. And so like I finally got her attention. I got right up at her and I said, and I was starting to get a little frustrated. I was starting to get very frustrated actually, because I've had very good classes and I didn't have an issue with this girl, and I couldn't tell like why the heck she was pissed off at me. Right. It didn't make any sense at that point. And so she turned away from me and I said, hey, can you turn around? I said, okay. Because she wasn't going to watch the video. I said, why aren't you going to watch the video? I already watched it.
Oh.
I said, okay, well, can you show me? Because if they do an assignment, it shows me in their Chromebook, because they all have Chromebooks. I said, show it to me. So, because I was going to call it, because I actually had a teacher's note that said, if a student tells you they're done, check it.
Right.
So I said, okay, show it to me. Yeah. Well, now she's mad because I called her out on it. She's like, fine. And she flips it around and she goes, there you go. I went, okay, it's done. I said, well, you're supposed to then use the rest of the hour to get your other assignments done. She goes, all my assignments are done. And I said,
show me.
Like, and that's how she was. I said, okay, show me. She goes, okay. She turns around and it shows that like she had no missing assignments. All of her assignments were updated. I said, okay. So then I sat down next to her and I said, you seem like you're angry at me. Like, not just frustrated with like the class or whatever. I said, you seem like you're angry at me. Did I do something that made you angry? Like, why are you upset at me? And she was a little like defensive at first, but I said, listen, I just don't want you to be angry at me. I said, if there's something that we need to talk about, let's talk about it. And I don't think enough teachers probably have that kind of conversation with students.
Yeah, that's
right?
something we have to do.
Yeah, but like it kind of surprised her, and she said, well, when you were talking about the United States, like you were preaching at us that the United States is this great place and that like, you know, it's just great for everybody. And I don't believe that. I believe that, you know, we have, you know, all these issues. And this is like a 7th or 8th grader, like, you know, telling me it's like it was a 7th grader, like telling me like this was her worldview, was like, you know, the United States was bad and, you know, there was an opportunity for everybody, you know, because I had mentioned, you know, that there's, you know, a lot of opportunity here. And she was like, there's not opportunity for everybody. We're, you know, there's inequality and racism and everything. And I was like, well, I agree with you that there are all those things. And yes, some things are not equal. And I said, we have a long way yet to go. I mean, we can just look around us every day and there are these issues and there are people who deal with racism. And I said, and look, and she was, because she kept talking about my white privilege, that I had no business in talking about how great America was. In her mind, that's what I was saying, was that America was this great place and that I was somehow exerting my white privilege by saying this.
Oh,
and
I see that.
and so yeah, and so I just sat with her. And I said, well, can I answer that? And she goes, yeah. I said, well, we have to understand that. I said, I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, that when we were talking about those things, yes, we have these other areas in the country where there's all these other issues. Yes, there's systemic racism. There's you know, inequality. There's things that we have to fight to change. I said, so I agree with you. That all those things are there. But when we were talking about a completely different subject matter.
Mm-hmm.
I was not making a blanket statement that the United States is just perfect and it's just great, or trying to exert my white privilege to try to say that, like, well, everybody just has equal here. I was saying that we as the United States actually share a privilege of all kinds, because we share a privilege that we don't have to deal with some of the things that other countries deal with. And that's as a whole, whether we're black, white, you know, Hispanic, whatever we are. We even though there are some things that are going on that are horrible things we have to fix, those things are still there. And so in the context of that, like, I'm not talking about racism, I'm not talking about inequality, I'm not talking about those things. We're talking about how we enjoy the freedoms to be able to go places when we want to be able to go to the store or go, you know, do this or that. We don't have somebody literally making us scan ourselves in and check in everywhere we go so the government can keep tabs on us.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, oh. And I said, listen, I don't want you to think that I think that way. I said, because I know that you don't know what I do outside of, you know, being your substitute teacher today. I said, but I want you to know that I'm fighting for all the things that you're talking about. I believe in the things that you're talking about. I said, I take a lot of flack sometimes from a lot of my friends and from different people because I take the stand that you're taking. So I absolutely understand what you're saying. I want you to know that I hear you. I can't fully understand maybe some of the things you've gone through, but I hear you. And I'm not just some white guy who's just trying to tell you how it is. I said, so I apologize if that is not how I came across, or if I came across in any way that made you feel that, you know, that was my statement, that, you know, that things were just great and that, you know, that nothing needed to change or whatever. I said, but I want you to know from my heart that that's not what I was saying at all. That was not my point at all. We were having a conversation. I said, and also I was not preaching at you or telling you what to think. If you remember, I started the entire thing with a question of what you all thought, because it didn't matter what I thought. I wanted to get your impact. I said, because I've done this now with 3 classes this morning. I said, and it concerns me that you had, you know, that you were the only one who had that kind of reaction to it. And I said, and I want you to know that that's not, you know, thing. So a lot of people would have just left it. A lot of people would have just been like, oh, well, she's just acting, you know, she's acting out. I should send her to the office for, you know, for acting rude, you know, whatever. But when it was done, she thanked me because, and she had a smile on her face by the time she left, because she talked about how, like, normally, you know, teachers wouldn't care about that. You know, they wouldn't have that conversation with her. And so you know, and so we ended up in a good place by the time it was done. But, you know, that's the problem though, is we misunderstand each other. You know, we overlook some things, and sometimes we just don't listen closely to what is actually going on. And when we don't listen closely, we can, and that happens on Twitter every day. Somebody says something on Twitter and everybody like blows up and takes it like that, you know, like somebody is just like attacking everybody, because that's the culture of Twitter, right? People go on Twitter to just out everybody and to just, you know, there's this culture of just this attack culture where everything's an attack, everything's you know, an offensive move. And I even had to tell people today, like, I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody on the internet, like, but being away from it has just kind of showed me, like, I don't care about a lot of the stuff that I was, you know, into before, talking about before, you know. It's just, so, anyways.
You know, the whole point I was making, Enosh, before you run off, is that people, it seems to me, and this is gonna sound bad, I guess, coming from a guy my age, but it seems like sometimes people, especially on the internet, just like leave their brains in a jar before they walk up to the computer. Like, I always structure my arguments logically. I never attack, not from the standpoint that I've been attacked. I am reactive sometimes when I've been attacked, and I do admit that. But even at that, I give logical arguments, you know, and it bothers the hell out of me that I can see things logically, but other people won't, or either can't or choose to willfully not. And because I guess it seems easy to me to see things in a logical sense, or to look at things from two different directions. I mean, I can look at it from your point of view and my own, and then come to a better conclusion, you know. And I'm very Vulcan in mindset when it comes to things like that. But like, I don't get it. It bothers me when people either refuse to hear another point or just automatically fall to insult whenever they don't like what you have to say. You know, if they can't argue that point or debate that point with you, then they're automatically the insults fly. You know?
Oh,
absolutely. Blame the internet on that. The internet makes it so that there are no consequences for that type of interaction. You would not have a lot of the things that people say and do in the normal arena if they were sitting across from you or if they had to work with you. The internet allows you a luxury of never having, not just physically having your ass kicked for saying something stupid, but never having to deal with the consequences of saying something stupid. You can just block somebody, or you can come into a conversation full tilt and leave at the same 100-mile-per-hour anger that you came into the conversation with. You really can't do that in real life, you know?
Yeah, well, it's like when we were kids, William, you and I are the same age. When we were kids, you know, it was somebody ran their mouth at you, you punched them in the mouth, you know, or you walked away and you never talked to them again, or what have you, you know. But I guess
you finished the conversation. There's a lot of 9 times out of 10, you finish the conversation and it was like a roller coaster. Just because there was a height of anger during a conversation doesn't mean it necessarily ended that way. With the internet, with everything, you can make somebody go away with the click of a button. You never really go through the motions of having a true social interaction. You have the ones you want to have. You circulate with the people you want to circulate with. You surround yourself with the people who you agree with, and if somebody comes out of that herd and goes the other way, then it's so much easier to take aim at that person on the internet than it would be sitting at a library or a coffee shop or at the cafeteria when we were kids.
Well, honestly, I think we lose nuance when we talk. When you fight with somebody on the internet, you lose the nuance of being there and actually having that conversation. You lose the inflection in the voice.
Well, yeah,
it's just words on the screen. It's just words on the screen.
It's just words on the screen. You know, I don't know. It's
That's
just
why
a weird
I stay
phenomenon.
off of Twitter. I use Twitter to get, you know, I don't even need to do it now to get links to shows and to chat in the group and see what's going on sometimes, but I never interact or respond on Twitter to anybody simply because that is just not a proper forum for it to have a decent conversation. You're not getting real-time responses from people. You're not getting the tone behind what they're saying so that you know how you should accept it and how you should respond. It really, every social skill you need to have a normal human grown-up conversation is lacking on Twitter. and that's why I rarely use it to have conversations like that.
And about 85% of the time, I do that very same thing. But like, I was on Twitter the other day, and how this all started was I was on Twitter the other day looking
Well,
for.
Thade, before you get into that, I do have to go. It's 3:46,
good night, Enoch.
and I gotta go to
Good
bed.
night,
So
man.
I'm gonna
Good
turn
night,
it over to
Enoch.
William. William will take the latter part of the show. Thank you, Mr. Sir, and you guys have a wonderful night. Hey, like, subscribe, and stick
Do all the
around because
things.
we always have more cool stuff happening here at the lounge. Don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. And sure as heck, don't attack actors and actresses and 10-year-old little girls just because you don't like their teeth or you don't like their acting. Like, just chill. Just chill. Like what you like. Don't like what you don't like. Leave something on the table, just like at dinner. If you don't like it, you don't have to clean your plate. You don't have to eat everything. Just eat what you like. You know, in the long run, it might hurt you, but that's you. You gotta make the choices that you're gonna make. So, all right, guys, love you all. The lounge is in good hands. Stick around, and
Night, brother. Be safe.
I'll talk to you guys later. All right, and
Night,
Thade, we'll catch up because I'd like to hear your story. I just got to go to bed. So,
all right, man. Good night.
All right, man. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. All right, bye.
All right, now that he's gone, I'm going to attack everyone. No, I'm just kidding. But no, that's where those conversations. That's why I stay off of Twitter. I see people getting their blood pressure up about it, and responding to attacks and everything. It's like, you know what? I just click on it and leave. All right, so all right, I meant to get to this before, but Enoch was on his way out. All right, I don't think this is from Patrick Childs. I don't think the lesser known characters need to take a back seat to the A-listers. But hey,
Anyway, good night, guys. I'm gonna fall out too. See y'all later.
Good night, Fade.
All right.
Friday, William. Friday.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
All right, man.
Okay, so all right, Patrick, if you're still there, unfortunately, yes, they do have to take a back seat. When you're talking about movies, you only have so much time to tell a story and to propel your universe that you're doing. Whether it's 3, 4, or 5 movies, you only people's attention spans are not going to stay with you when it comes to some of these characters. And like I said, unlike Marvel, where there were no expectations in 2008 when they started what they were starting, DC, from the moment you mentioned the DC IP, your expectations are Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. And now, these other characters that come along, there's no problem with those. But your priorities have to be such that if you're going to make money, you need to make sure that the sun that's in your solar system, which is those characters, is shining light, is there to shine light on the rest of these other characters, or nobody's going to care. Right now, there's no reason for the main 97%er to care about Blue Beetle. DC just hasn't done the work to build their atmosphere up so that would be the case. Will it be the case someday? Yeah. But once again, there's a reason why I care about Robin, because of Batman. All right, there's a reason why I care about Alfred, because of Batman. There's a reason why I care about Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, because of Batman. Because of Superman. I'm sorry. So when you don't handle the reason why I'm even caring about these characters, even though they exist, first you run into a situation to where you're going to have some duds, and you're going to have some you're going to have people being like, "Why are you making this movie?" And when people say, "Well, I didn't ask for this," that's what they mean. They didn't ask for it. You didn't meet the expectations of DC Comics, is what they're saying. So that's where at least I am with that, and that's where I think Zaslav will be, because I think he's going to focus on the big hitters. All right, so let me get to some of the stuff that because Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are on my ban list, so I would Enoch had to go to bed because he had to be a substitute teacher in the morning. Okay, Zach, and you know what? I think so. Even if it's not with this particular group of managers, they have every right to sell this version of the IP to anyone they want to.
Yeah.
If Apple TV were to say, you know what, we'll do it, Netflix won't always be to the point where they're hemorrhaging money. Every company goes through this. If Zach could go to them and say, you know what, I would like you to purchase this from me and work out deals with Warner Brothers where they get distribution, I think it will happen. It just has to be the right situation. I don't know when. It's just a matter of letting business happen.
Exactly.
Right. So let's see. Where did he go? All right. So There's a multitude of production companies. They don't all have to work towards a singular vision story-wise. Now, but yes, if you have stockholders and you have investors and you have financiers and your job is to make a certain volume of money, standalones don't do it. Because guess what? As great as the Batman was, the Batman is great for, guess what? The Batman. And its sequel in 2 or 3 years, and maybe its third of its trilogy, and within 5 years. If it's your job to generate money on a scale that pleases stockholders and investors, yes, you do need at least a portion of your storytelling that is a singular vision. You can have the standalones around there, but they cannot be in lieu of the shared universe, right? The money, the volume, and the anticipation is in the shared universe. It's been that way for 80 years. DC created that concept. They created the popularity bleeding over to everything else that they did and then making that connection. That's not a Marvel thing. That is a comic book thing. And if you're going to make the type of money that these guys are looking for, standalones just aren't going to do it for you in the consistency and to the degree that they want to. So there's a yes and no to that. More yes than no. Yeah, because once again, once I do a Batman movie, unless I'm waiting another 3 or so more years to make big money again, I'm going to need to have a ramp off to some other character or to some other storyline that people care about because they just saw the last storyline. That's how you make money. That's just a business thing, not necessarily, a philosophy thing. So, but at the same time, we can have things like the Batman. We can have things like the Joker. In my opinion, that just can't be the game plan. That can be plan B, but plan A has to be that structure that's generating revenue. Okay, so Toby's gone. When the project he had planned, don't care. I mean, I'm not to knock you. I hope I pronounce your name, Polo Clean. Whatever he had planned, to be honest with you, I don't think they were good ideas. He didn't come up with a good idea while he was there, so I'm like, if I never find out what Toby has planned, I'm okay.
Toby is not gone. He just have a production deal because of his contract and stuff like that.
Well, what a production deal does is they don't have to honor that they can make those movies whenever they want to. They just have to make a certain amount of movies. They don't have to do it anytime soon.
Exactly.
Will Gotham Knights survive Zaslav's Blade? Yeah, for a little bit. I think it will get a season. And then I think
it has a full season. It's coming out next year. I don't know why they released the trailer early, but whatever.
Yeah, because it's what's left of the old regime, and they were pushing it through before the merger stuff, was completed. I mean, look at what CNN tried to do with the CNN Plus, and Zaslav put a kibosh to that. Yeah, right away.
500 of trash.
And there's going to be stuff that we never hear about. So again, he's doing what he needs to do.
Okay, so the biggest difference, a lot of the gun issues is we actually have more guns than we did in the 70s, 80s. We have 425 million guns for a nation that has 350 million people. That's literally a gun for every man, woman, and child currently in existence in the United States. The problems that we did not have in the 70s and 80s is outside of drug dealers and gang bangers that were in concentrated areas. These weapons weren't in this type of circulation that they were that they are now. The circulation to get a gun in the 80s, they were there, but it was a lot harder. You also did not have the caliber of weapons. There was no such thing as an AR-15 that was in wide circulation. You had a handgun, you had revolvers, and you had things like that. And the kind of damage that you could do with those guns, and somebody who has fired all of the above, when we were growing up in LA, we had a gang problem in LA. Tech 9 was the biggest deal that came out, and Uzis and everything else. And that became a problem. But even still, they weren't as proliferated as they are now. The culture that we have now is a little bit different. The guns then, a lot of back then, you were either committing a crime or you had them for recreation or you had them for your whole protection. Now, a lot of people see the gun as a symbol of freedom. And like I said, I've been to third world countries that are ruled by the gun. When you have to take measures to where you don't have tiny little caskets being put into the ground, that's not freedom. Those kids aren't free. Those parents aren't free.
Listen, what happened? It was crazy. What happened?
Yeah, Buffalo. Anywhere else? Once you have developed a democracy, whether it lasts or not depends on the people. Democracy by gunpoint is not democracy. That's Somalia. That's a third world country. If you have to bring a gun to establish a freedom, then you're not free. And now in our era, the difference between the 70s and the 80s is it's a tool of intimidation and not just protection, or a weapon of war. So different eras. We have way more guns than we did then. It's a different culture. They're trafficked a lot more. I can get a gun in a heartbeat. I can get a gun probably quicker than I can get medicine or healthcare. So different era. Some people are down with it. Listen, I'm not a ban gun guy. I think that all involved, even the gun owners that I know, I think the last people in the world that want to see these things end up in the wrong hands are those people, because I know gun owners, all around me, and we are never going to have a violent conflict because they have something that a lot of people don't have, which is discipline. When you put a deadly weapon in somebody's hands, if you don't have the discipline, then it's just like Wild Kingdom. So everybody who owns a gun, who's a law-abiding citizen, needs to join everybody that has concerns and make it so that the wrong people are not getting these. And that's your main thing is making it harder for the wrong people to get them, not necessarily keeping everybody from having them. So eventually we're going to have that conversation. You can only go through these things, to the point where it starts to damage your psyche. We have, every country in the world has everything that we have: mental illness, crime, addiction, all these things. We don't copyright any of these things, yet we lead the globe in this unfortunate statistic. So it's a us thing. So, all right. So what do we got here? All right, Moses, who else would be? I'm the wrong guy, because you're talking about a lot of that what was non-canon stuff in the video games and the Rebels and all that. I pretty much avoided a lot of that stuff because I just couldn't get into it. I tried to get into Rebels. I tried to get into Clone Wars. It just wasn't for me. So I'm going to take your word on that, Monkey Jeebus. All right. I would say it's more gangs here. Yeah, I mean, we got, like I said, gangs, mental problems. But once again, you have mental problems on every continent. Even Antarctica probably has some mental problems. The difference between those other places and us is we have access to things that can kill you. A person with mental problems is not deadly. A person with mental problems and a firearms is. So it's just fact. Let's see. All right. So long before I knew what the media was, I understood the consequences of what a firearm could do to you. As somebody who's been into a theater, a place of combat, as somebody who was trained to fire a weapon and shown before we were given real weapons, the consequences of what this type of round would do. I didn't need the media, and it's not being scared; it's being aware about what guns can do. It's being aware about the type of firepower that you can put out into the world. I mean, like I said, any type of rifle like that is it has only one function. And the drill sergeant that taught me, when he handed me my semi-automatic weapon for the first time, it has one function. It is to kill. It's not to wound. It's not to maim. It's not to scare. It is to kill. Center mass. That's what you aim for. So understand what you're holding in your hands and what you're putting out to the general public. You don't need the media to know what the consequences of firearms are. You just need to want to know and understand. That's all. Does the media embellish it sometimes? Yeah, but you know what? It's where there's smoke, there's fire. And I don't need the media. I know how to count. And the numbers are bad. In a first world country like us, a democracy, leading the best country in the world, that is a statistic that I'm ashamed of. So yeah, that's lose-lose situation. Let's see. Wow, I don't know if I want to turn into the gun situation. Once again, if you take away the common denominator, we have mental health. We have all these problems everywhere else. What don't we have in those places? So that the common denominator sort of answers its own question, unfortunately. Like I said, that's not saying that everybody that has a firearm is a bad person. It's just that when you put 420 million firearms in circulation, eventually a significant number of people who should never have them do. And that puts all of us on their heels. That includes the people with a firearm. Hi, Axel. If I see you. Because like I said, you see this Hollywood thing, the good guy with a gun stops the bad guy with a gun. In the movie theaters, yeah. But once again, and this is something that we were taught before we were given live ammo, the best gunfight that you'll ever be involved in is the one that you avoid. Because the bad guy with the gun that shows up first and has a first shot, if he has a weapon that can kill a lot of people at range, you're already lost. The mission has failed. When innocent people die because somebody else gets the first 6 or 7 shots off with that kind of weapon, it's not a video game. And I think that we've desensitized ourselves because a lot of us have never had a chance to see up close what these things can do. You know, most people, only 1% of the country has ever been joined the military. Even less of those percentage has ever gone to a combat theater and seen things and even worse, weapons like the AK-47, which tear you apart. So we have the luxury of not having the consequences up on us. But as random as violence is these days, you could be anywhere and this happens. So the consequences get real quick. So, all right. So let's see if we have any.
How long are we going for?
Probably go for another 10 minutes or so.
All right.
Good guys, guns. You stop bad guys, gun. I wouldn't count it out because it doesn't work 100% of the time. But once again, you're eventually, I will stop that guy, but not before he kills a whole bunch of people. Once again, if it's your job to protect people and survive a situation and protect everyone around you, you've automatically failed when that guy shows up because he always gets the first shot. Unless it's like Hollywood and you're Clint Eastwood and you can draw faster than he is, but a lot of these guys are wearing body armor, and they're moving target. It is really hard to shoot a moving target when you have innocents all around you. So the battle, like I said, the mission has already failed. What you want to do is prevent that from ever happening to begin with. Prevent that person from getting in that building. Prevent that person who, make it harder, increase your odds by preventing him from getting that, through legal means, getting that firearm. Because once he shows up at your doorstep, cocked and ready to go, bolt pull back, 9-10 people before the good guy even gets his bearing, before the good guy even knows what's going on, 7 to 10 people are already dead or bleeding. That is not a situation I would wish on anybody. Like I said, in TV, it looks cool. In real life, an AR-15 and within a close range, every round pretty much is a body bag. So, sorry, it's just what it is, I hate to say that, but it is. Let's see. All right, I didn't think somebody gave me. What's this? I don't. Yeah. It's like I said, you see some stuff. You see some real life stuff, and it stays with you. All right. Does anybody have any comic book or pop culture things to
I don't remember them having any.
All right. Well, I didn't want to turn Enosh's stream into a gun discussion. Like I said, it is a problem that we as a nation are going to have to handle. But I think that we don't understand that when we see these on news in Buffalo, there was a good guy with a gun, and he did fire off some shots at a moving target with body armor, who was able to return fire at higher capacity than he could, and he was killed. So the best situation is, when you see senators and you see presidents and everybody else protected, the maximum what ends up protecting him is not the Secret Service pulling out a gun and shooting a guy as he gets to one of those guys. It's them preventing that situation from ever happening, preventing that person from even being able to enter in a zone to even get to that person. I mean, otherwise you would see shootouts all the time on TV. It doesn't happen because the measures that are taken to protect those people are put in place. When you go to see a politician or you go to see a president, you can't take your firearm. I don't care what state of the nation it is and how legal the firearms is. Was there a perimeter that the Secret Service sets up that is federal property wherever the the president of the United States is, and you will never get that firearm that close to that person. And there's metal detectors, all that. But what we need to do is we need to take those measures to the general public, because the general public is your taxpaying American citizen, and right now we got Babe Ruth. So it's not a cool situation to be. All right, let's see. Just finished watching the Orville. Listen, I tried with the Orville. The biggest problem I have with the Orville is not the Orville itself. There was a certain time, and I've gotten better with it because I haven't had to fight the old Trek fan. Old Trek fan tried to use the Orville as a weapon against new Trek. Instead of just watching Orville on their own and enjoying Orville, every chat group that I got into that some of the chat groups that say specifically Star Trek only. And you'd get some guy in there, Orville's more Star Trek than Trek. And then, then we had the World War III starting. And it was a fact that it was used as a weapon for people who, couldn't connect with new Trek. So 90% of my hate for Orville is that I like Seth MacFarlane. I like most of the stuff he does. Orville just wasn't for me. Kind of like Galaxy Quest. People love Galaxy Quest. Not my deal. So if you enjoy Orville, cool. But like I said, my main thing is the people that I run into every day that infiltrate my Star Trek, environments with, you guys should give up this new Trek and start watching Orville. That's what Gene Roddenberry wanted. I'm like, oh my goodness, all right. So, but not everybody who enjoys Orville is on that wavelength. So, Pam, congratulations. I've heard it's a great show for the people who like it. All right, so yeah, people are more toxic when it comes behind the computer, because I've seen people that are like 90-pound weaklings that have gone up against people I know that would tear them apart in person if this is a discussion. But like I said, that's the extreme of it. But the other thing is you never come to any kind of consistency. Not every argument goes completely crazy and ends in a bloodbath. You know what I mean? You can have an argument with somebody that gets hot, but as you guys get deeper into the conversation, you guys could come to a consensus and come to some middle ground to the point where you at least have some respect for each other going away. The internet cuts out all that. The internet and Twitter eliminates any chance for that, in my opinion, because people just go at it, and then there's never any downflow to the conversation where it could be like, you know what, come to think of it, I can kind of see where you're coming from now. I never see that happening on Twitter, at least for the most part. And then again, I'm not on Twitter a lot, but it's the same thing with Facebook and all these other places. But like I said, that's why I like what I call random encounters. When you used to meet people at bookstores, comic book stores, movie theaters, stuff like that, and you met people that way. We meet people for the most part, and a lot of this is the same case with us on here. We meet people on this forum, and this forum lacks those sensibilities sometimes. So, yeah, the internet, it's good, but it's also bad. All right, so let's go down. All right.
The boys are coming back in the next 2 days.
Yeah, I got to binge watch that. I'm not a binge watching kind of guy, but I'm going to have to in certain cases. Like Stranger Things, I haven't been binge watching it. And I wish the binge model would go away. But, all right, I have a Star Trek group. I've had to ban people. But yeah, and this is not to knock the Orville or its fans, but there's just a certain segment of fans that come in there, and they're not just talking Orville. Like I've had some people who came in and talked a little bit about Orville, but their main thing was to get their Star Trek point across. But the vast majority of people that infiltrate our groups are people that are trying to make us feel bad about liking Discovery or liking Picard or liking the J.J. Abrams movie. And I'm like, dude, I think that there's some elements of Star Trek that are trash. I hate Lower Decks, right? But I understand that there's somebody out there that likes it. And to me, I need more doorways into Star Trek, not less. If Lower Decks is your doorway into Trek, welcome aboard. I'm not going to be there watching it with you, but eventually you and me, once we're in the same house, are going to come together on some Trek that we like. So, but when it comes to Orville, it's like they come in and they use it as a weapon, and it's like, geez, you're not here because you like Orville. You're here because you found something that you could fulfill what you think Star Trek should be. And once again, not all Orville fans. And I know there are Orville groups out there that probably have the same gripe against Star Trek people who go in there and feel offended by that. It's just, it's just a bad deal sometimes, But Trek got that way for a while. Trek people say Star Wars is toxic. Dude, Trek beat you there a long time ago. Zaslav needs to hire a William Powell assistant, asshole. Yeah. The shop would be cleaned up by now. Air cut would come out tomorrow. Listen, I think this guy is going to do some good things. I think the fact that he has it, I'm not going to agree with everything he's going to do, and there are going to be some disappointments. But the disappointments I have with the previous regime come from the fact that they were operating from a sense of just BS. They didn't have a plan. They didn't have their pulse on the IP or on any IP, and they did things in spite. And you could see it in the product that they put out. These guys are coming in with a plan. They're letting you know what the plan is. They're letting you know what the structure of the company is, and they're going to give it a try. They came into a company that's been devalued by $30 billion, so they have a lot of work to do. But I think the most important thing for any fans that has expectations for the Zaslav administration, give him time. Give him room to grow and make whatever mistakes he's going to make and come out of the other end. We weren't going to come out of the other end with these other guys. We gave them 5 to 7 years and 9 years in some cases. This guy just got here and has already made instant improvements to the game. So let's give him some space. And, if he messes up a little bit, that's fine. Let him evolve. I think we're in a better place than we were a year ago. All right. So, but no, hire me with now. Yeah, he needs to hire people who are really, really smart. Yeah. This is I agree with on that. This is, like I said, I don't watch it. I think it's silly, but it brings another Trek fan to the table. And when that Trek fan is done watching Lower Decks, he's going to watch Next Generation. He's going to watch Picard. He's going to watch the movies. He's going to watch the original series. He's going to watch all these things. And whereas he started out on the edge, way on the other end of life for me, as he evolves and he gets the stuff, he's coming closer to me, and we'll be able to shake hands in the middle. You know what? So before we couldn't do that. There was no Star Trek on the air after Enterprise. And so we have Strange New Worlds. We have Discovery. We have Picard. We have all these other things coming up that are just doorways into Trek, and I'm all for it. So let's see. Previous regime, yeah, they were. According to Seth MacFarlane, it's both. It's a parody, and in his defense, it's homage to Star Trek. It's the things that he likes about Star Trek, and I have no problem with that point of view. Where I had a problem with it, like I said, it was used as a hammer to other Trek fans. His merits for creating it were fine. It's a parody, but it's also some of the things that he thought that he wanted to highlight what he thought Trek was, which is great. But the Orville is Orville, and Star Trek is Star Trek. All right, so yeah, that's the key to all this. Whether it be show or a movie, let's fans can make things fun because we can get together and we can community talk about these things. But at the same time, like what's going on with Star Wars. Listen, I have my issues with Obi-Wan for legit reasons, and I'm still finding a way to enjoy the show. The reasons why some of these other fans are knocking on it are just outright reprehensible, and they don't make us look good across the board. They make us look like carpet-eating boneheads. Let's see. Yes, exactly. So, and I have no problem with that.
So how's Star MacFarlane being with Star Trek? There you go.
No, I don't want to go that far. All right, I hope Zaslav is people get up with Feige's nuts. You know what? I don't want Zaslav to hire another Kevin Feige. I want him to hire the next great president of DC Films. The structure, because right now, to be honest with you, Feige doesn't have as much power as he used to.
No, he doesn't.
But what I would like for this new guy is to have his own studio and connect with the IP, employ people that understand the emotional attraction that these IPs have to people, so that we understand where we can go. When you sit down and you're in chat rooms with fans, when you do like a weekly YouTube show where you can invite the fans in and just see, obviously you're gonna have the assholes in there, but you're also gonna have some good people in there and you can kind of see where things are going. You can kind of see where the expectations are. That's the one thing, is the previous regime didn't understand where the expectations of DC really were. You can't run a DC IP without understanding what the true expectations and what DC means, what that means. When people say DC Comics, you know who they think about. You have to meet those expectations before you can get to anywhere else, because those expectations are there. Whether you think they're fair or not, You got to meet the Superman expectation before you can go to the Blue Beetle expectation, or else you risk Blue Beetle failing. Right? Superman and Batman and Robin and all of the main pantheon are your doorway to these other characters. That is the expectation. Certain fans might not think that, but when you're trying to run a business and you want all the money, you gotta meet the expectations. Like I said, if there were a Iron Man that had been around for 40 or 50 years prior to Robert Downey Jr. taking over in 2008, Marvel Comics would have had the same dilemma. They would have had to met that expectation, or what that character was. If Iron Man was to Marvel Comics what Batman and Superman were, they would have had to have met that expectation. Remember, Marvel was around almost 2.5 decades less than DC Comics. A lot of the stuff that Marvel Comics did in the mid-'60s had already been done and had been run for a long time by DC. These characters, by the time you saw a first true motion picture, big screen Batman movie, Batman has been around for 60 years. So you have expectations that you have to meet if you're going to take the job. Otherwise, don't take the job. All right, so let's see.
I just want the OWB to be like the Alan Horn days when you care about creators and shit like that.
I think you might get that. I think we're on that road. This won't happen, but I'm still curious. What would you think of a Man of Steel 2 that picks up after the events of Man of Steel? So audience can pick what choose up. Whatever Man of Steel. The problem that what you could really do is you could make a Man of Steel. I wouldn't focus on a Man of Steel solo film until you wrapped up the initial arc that brought him in, and then evolve that character out. You could do it either way, but it wouldn't really matter. You could do it in a way that doesn't regard the original Man of Steel, or because if you brought in Brainiac, you don't necessarily need anything that happened in the original Man of Steel. You've already established him there, so you're not establishing a new character. You put Henry Cavill back behind the S again, and you give him a villain, and you go. I think you would be just fine. I personally think you would put more meat on the character if you finish the Justice League arc, because Superman is a polarizing character that polarizes an entire universe of characters, and you need to get your mileage out of him before you go solo with him. That's me, but either way, if I get a Cavill Superman again, I'm going to be happy. But we still have that unfinished business of finishing that original story arc. And part of the previous regime's problem before is their credibility to finishing things. That's why nobody ever believed that anything that they announced were ever going to happen, because they never followed through on the most important thing that they embarked on. So credibility-wise, finish that story arc and then go from there. That's what I would do, and let's see what he does. All right. 4,000. I was hoping WBDC maintains their high cinema tradition with the look of their comic films and standardize them like Marvel does. Well, they look like, yeah, I think that's going to happen. I don't think, and when people hear Zaslav say, "Well, that doesn't mean no, you're not going to get a surplus Superman or Batman." That just means that the B's and the C characters, they're not going to happen. You're not going to see the Wonder Twins, and that money's going to go into a Superman or a Batman or a Justice League. You're not going to see, you like I said, I truly believe that had Zaslav been in place when Blue Beetle was on the cutting board, we would not be talking about Blue Beetle. That money would go to a mainline character. And then via the success of that mainline character, you would have your Blue Beetles and all your, whatever you wanted to do from then. But yeah, I think the production value will stay the same. I don't think that people who've invested in the WBD or the customers are going to settle for a low budget Superman. And I think he would hurt himself if he ever tried. He doesn't seem stupid enough to do that. So I think you're going to have the high quality. Hell, just look at Black Adam. I don't think we're going to go back. I think we're going to go forward with that. All right. So.
All right. How many?
Yeah, it's time to comics. All right.
All right. Yeah.
All right, guys. Just to give the show a proper ending, since Enoch had to go to bed, thanks for coming. Thanks for the up to 80 of you that were here tonight at the height of the show. Thank you for the 52 that you stayed behind, even though, you got the substitute teacher and me instead of Enoch. But hit the like button on your way out. And I'm going to try to make it easier for Enoch to make the decision to stream on a nightly basis. I know the usual tradition of going 4 hours when he's doing a substitute job and other things, it's really hard to come to that conclusion. I am throwing my hat in there. If he needs help to close it back into the show, I'm there. I'd rather do that than not have a forum for us to talk about, because there's a lot to talk about these days.
Yes.
And I really, really look forward to having Poindexter Lounge there to express these views. So I'm willing to do whatever I need to do. So if the call ever goes out, I'll be here. I have editorial things because we do shows on the same network. So I'm here in a heartbeat. So we'll get back to having our 4-hour shows. And hopefully, like I said, once summer is over, summer school goes or whatever he's working on, we get back to our streaming every other night or whatever. But like I said, I got some shows coming up on my own channel. I got some other shows coming up on this channel. And to be honest with you, Enosh, if you're listening, if there's ever a night you don't want to come on and I got the energy, hey, who knows what kind of wild night we can have with me starting and ending the show.
Woohoo.
That's an option. All right. Thanks, Anthony, for being here. Thanks, Stella. Thanks for everybody else who's on the panel.
Yeah.
And you guys have a great early morning.
Have a good night, man. Peace.